Councilmember Clendenin, do you have invocation or a moment of silence? Let's stand for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. May I have roll call, please?
Carlson, Hurtak, Clendenin,
Here.
Henderson,
Present.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
and Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right. Before I go to Mr. Shelby, I have two memos received, one from Councilmember Hurtak and one from Councilmember Carlson, that they will be arriving late to this meeting. I believe it was 10 o'clock and 10:30 respectively. Just want to let the record show. So we're going to hold approval of the agenda until they arrive, because it's a lot of stuff and other memos were sent. In the meantime, Mr. Shelby, would you like to go ahead and review the rules and procedures of public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I would. Good morning, members of council, members of the public. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'd like to just briefly review with you the public comment rules and rules of decorum for the conduct of today's meeting. Now, if you wish to speak to general public comment, that includes anything under the consent docket or staff reports. The time to speak to that is at the beginning of the meeting, and the way to do that is to fill out the speaker cards that are outside this room, and you fill that out, you place it in the box, and preference will be given to those people who are talking about on-agenda items, and then those people who want to talk about items that are not on the agenda. So, one card per speaker. Cards will be accepted until the start of general public comment. Each person submitting a card will be recognized by the chair by name to approach and speak. A 3-minute time limit applies. You cannot yield your time to somebody else. It's 3 minutes maximum. Names that cannot be read will not be called, so please print legibly. And if you're here to speak at something on the agenda that's labeled as a public hearing, and it says the words public hearing on the agenda, you don't have to fill out a card. You will have the opportunity to speak when that item is called up on the agenda, and then you will be able to do that. To be able to be on a list for that, the sign-in sheet for the public hearings are located at the podium next to the public speaker card box. Now, members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at today's meeting to address any item on the agenda before the City Council takes official action on the item. Speakers and members of the public are also please reminded that they are to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. And speakers are also reminded to please refrain from making personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or member of the public. Now, the chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the council outside the speaker area at the lectern, and persons failing to comply with council rules may also be ruled out of order, and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from these chambers for the remainder of today's meeting. And finally, to City Council members should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment. It's not a time for dialogue. The public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. It is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion to adopt the minutes from April 3rd, 2025, and the evening session, April 10th, 2025? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Aye. And as I mentioned, we'll hold off on the approval of the agenda until the other members arrive. So at this time, we'll go to ceremonial activities and presentations. The first one is from Councilmember Miranda to the Tampa Water Department for Drinking Water Week. I gotta check my card before I get
Honorable Chair, honorable members of Tampa City Council, it's my honor to recognize the City of Tampa Water Department in celebration of the National Drinking Water Week, a time to acknowledge the value of this team, the clean water that they provide on a daily basis, the people who make it possible. Not only is it the best, there are over 38,000 water utilities in the country of the United States of America. There's only 8. I'm going to say that again. There's only 8 out of 30-some thousand utilities that have a AAA bond rating, and the city of Tampa is one of them. So I'm honored to say that about not only the gentleman who is the director, Roy Jones, and he's here to come forward on behalf and introduce the people from that water department, what they do on a daily basis. They're all here, and they do an outstanding job day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Rory Jones, Tampa Water Department, and thank you for the commendation recognizing National Drinking Water Week. It's an honor to accept this on the behalf of the Tampa Water Department, but the true recognition belongs to the hundreds of people dedicated to delivering clean and safe drinking water every day to our community, whether it's field crew, lab staff, engineers, customer service reps. They play a vital role, but often it's behind the scenes. And today I'm proudly joined by the team as a reflection of the dedication and commitment that exists across our organization. And I'd like to turn it over to somewhere here in the group, Eli Franco, our Director of Operations, right here next to me, Director of Operations, Eli Franco, followed by our Production Manager, John Ring, to say a few words and introduce our awesome team here. Eli.
Thank you, Rory. Good morning, Council. I would have loved to have been able to bring the 170 team members in my group, but obviously we couldn't do that. So I did ask 6 of them to join us this morning. And I'd like them just to come up, introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about what they do, the area that they cover, and then I'm going to come back with a closing comment. So we'll start with Angela.
Good morning. I'm Angela Nell. I lead the planning and scheduling team for water distribution.
David?
Good morning. My name is David Santiago. I am a lead tech for water distribution, and I take care of the pipeline and water emergencies.
Sheila?
Good morning. I'm Sheila Belcher, and I'm the senior billing rep for the water department.
So you send us our bills.
Which is important. It is important. Cassidy? Way to go.
Good morning. My name is Cassidy Baker. I work at the call center, so answering calls and customer service, and I also manage Tampa Connect Online.
Thomas? Second time.
Morning. My name is Thomas Lake. I handle billing inquiries, and I'm an ambassador for the water department. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Legina Thomas, AKA Gina Thomas. I am a supervisor over the support team in water distribution, but I also handle any escalations that come in for the water department.
So a point I would like to leave you with is today, like any other Thursday, about 7,000 customers are going to receive their utility bill from us, and then every day after today as well. We'll probably handle somewhere between 600 and 700 calls in Cassidy's location at the call center at CMOD. 200 to 300 field technician requests will be answered, anywhere from a turn on, a turn off, a leak investigation, a roadway issue. When you tabulate or aggregate all that on an annual basis, it's over 2 million touch points a year. 2 million touch points. Every single one of those transactions has the opportunity for what I call a 3D experience. You either deliver what you're supposed to, you delight that customer in doing so, or you disappoint them. And we're human. And once in a while, we fall a little short. And Legina's role, added role, as that escalation resource is to say, we get one more crack at making it right. Because sometimes you don't get it right on the first go, but it's super important to get it right on the last go. And that's a part of what she does, and she deals with your aides on a regular basis. I just want to close by saying it's an honor and a privilege to serve customers, honor and a privilege to work with this administration, and an honor and a privilege to work with all 7 of you as well, although 2 are not here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Good morning, Council. John Ring, Water Production Division Manager, and I appreciate this honor and this opportunity to introduce my team. These are the folks where the rubber meets the road, or in this case, where the water goes into the pipe. These are the individuals that keep the plant running, that answer the bell, that bunker in when the storms come in. These are the folks that keep the water flowing to the tap, so when you turn that spigot, something comes out of it and it's good quality water. So I'll take this opportunity to let them introduce themselves and what they do for us here. AJ?
I'm AJ Shaw. I'm the utility production team leader at the plant, and we sample your river and keep your water clean. So thank you very much.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Scott Williamson. I am materials coordinator in the procurement section at production. Everything that comes into the plant, whether it's chemicals, lab supplies, nuts, bolts, motors, everything comes through my office. And there's two of us, me and Yvette Marquez, and I have a supervisor, Robert Klein, who's been with the city over 40 years. And with the help of our buyer, Aaron Berg, we do everything we can to keep water clean and going.
Hi, good morning. My name is Aurelio Ghosh. I'm a drinking water treatment researcher at the City of Tampa Water Department. I try to find the efficient way to treat the water. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Nilufar Pishdad. I'm the laboratory supervisor for the water department. I have been working for the city for the last 20 years, and our number one job is to make sure the water is safe to drink. And we are doing that by various analyses that we are doing. In 2023, we almost collected 8,000 water samples. Close to 40,000 analysis was done on 200 different contaminants. And I'm sure if you receive the bill from the city of Tampa, every year you got one of those reports included with your water bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andre Days. I'm a field water supervisor. My job is to make sure that each customer in the city of Tampa get clean drinking water. Any complaints, any dirty water, anything comes through our group.
Good morning. My name is Israel Infante. I work in the feed quality service tech. So we respond to all customer concerns. We're collecting a lot of samples in both water, sample tap. So we do it all the sampling on the city of Tampa.
Hey, good morning. My name is David Erdman. I'm a mechanical electrical team leader in the maintenance department at our water production plant. We still have pumps in operation from the 50s. We do everything we can to keep that plant up and running, especially with all the construction that's going on. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Segui, Instrumentation Department.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition.
One second, I haven't quite. Although they call it the water bill when you get it sometime during the month, water is usually the least expensive thing on that bill. When you look at it, it's divided into many other things. But if you look at your water bill, you're billed by what you use, period. Because that meter, and sometimes we get a lot of calls at City Hall about the meter. The meters are changed every 10 to 12 years. It's not because they run fast, because they run slow through the sediment that sits inside of the gears of that meter. So if you have a high water bill, usually it's not the meter. It may be a breakage on either the city side or your side, but that meter is pretty accurate all the time. But let me say this. These group of individuals that work here have so far this year expended about $258 million of our taxpayers' money in the PIPE program. Make sure that that's well moving ahead. More than that, on the physical plant alone, they've spent $261 million, and still a lot more to be done. We have to keep up with the new things in technology. We have to keep up with the way the world turns. At one time when I first started, maybe there was 200,000 customers. Now we're up to about 700,000 customers that we serve. So we're doing the same thing with the same water quality, better than ever, and we're doing it with the same amount of water, or 82 million gallons a day, and that's hard to do. So the main thing to keep your water bill straight and low is one word: conservation. We need to have conserved water, because if we conserve water, we can all have water. So I'll take that. Thank you very much for all of your appearing, and there's no better crew in America, in our parts, than this water group here, and the ones that are behind that couldn't come, because if not, you wouldn't have any drinking water. But we want to thank you all, especially the ones that are still working. Thank you all very much for appearing.
Thank you, guys.
Well, congratulations. I want to start by saying that for the billing, I believe that you should double Councilwoman Henderson's bill next month for her attempting to be funny when she knows that's my job. So she's stepping on my toes. And, you know, y'all, I can't tell you, one of the pleasant surprises after getting elected, one of the things, I'm just like every other citizen, you know, you just don't think about what happens and how I turn on the spigot and clean water comes out, and I never thought about it. And, you know, I had the opportunity to go out early in my term to tour y'all's facility. I recognized a couple of y'all from when I was out there touring, and I was so impressed with the job that you all do for the citizens of Tampa and what you guys do day in, day out. And you all have one of those interesting occupations that when people do not know your name, you're doing a great job. So congratulations, and for those of you that are working tirelessly to do your job for the city of Tampa and the citizens. And I proudly drink Tampa Tap everywhere I go. Thank you.
Councilman Beer.
Thank you very much, and just wanted to add on to that and salute all the work that y'all do. And Councilman Miranda, thank you for bringing this forward. Y'all do a lot of the work that people like me just take for granted, right? If we're not into water and what have you, it's something. And Rory, we were together at an event last night, and you're doing a great job. I mean, it's such a nice guy. I call him the Tom Hanks of city government. He's just the nicest guy around. And Brad Baird, who's there, is just, for me, a man of impeccable integrity and a good person. So y'all just have a lot of good people, and we thank you guys for your amazing public service. So God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Ryan.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you do. Charlie, Miranda, your passion is so evident when it comes to water, and I greatly appreciate that, pointing out that we're one of 8 in the country, and the resources that we spend to keep the water clean for the citizens of Tampa is a very important thing. Also, Rory, I appreciate your enthusiasm. When I became a council member, you were one of the first meetings. I think you were interim then, just so super excited about water. And I just learned so much from you all each and every day. So even getting the bill is okay. But I just want to say, honestly, thank you. Even the most important thing, before I forget, is the education component of involving Hillsborough County Public Schools and conservation and the poster program that's always happening year after year. As a classroom teacher, that was one of the things that, I always remember us trying to get students to participate in that. So sending it out to the youth is very important because it's their future, and that's what we all should be thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for all that you do. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a few moments for the room to clear.
Hey, Brad, we think you're a nice guy, too. We think you're a nice guy, too.
Yeah.
See you later. All right, next up, we have a presentation, a 10-minute presentation from Feeding Tampa Bay to provide their annual report. We have the CEO here. Come on up, sir. We're going to pull this presentation up on the big screen.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see everybody. Do I have control or do you have control?
You have the controller there.
Well, this isn't going to go well at all. Well, thank you very much for having us in. We appreciate it.
All right. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Thomas Mance. I'm the president and CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. So we appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about what we're doing and what's going on in our community. We think it's always a good idea that you as elected officials understand what we're facing and what we're trying to do. When you think about the constituents you represent, there's a pretty good chance that they come to see us. And so we thought giving you an update on what we're working on would be important. I do want to start out by saying, first and foremost, thank you for the city's investment in our new facility. The Causeway Center has been successful beyond our dreams even at this point. We launched a significantly new vision with that facility to try and broaden services to our neighbors. And so we're grateful to you all, to the mayor, to Chief of Staff Bennett for helping facilitate that contribution. And so thank you for that. I want to just talk a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of numbers. So if you look today, we take care of a 10-county catchment area that sees about 1 million plus people are technically food insecure. And while I understand you represent the city of Tampa, we all understand people do not recognize city boundaries or county boundaries. Where folks live and where they access services changes dramatically. I want to draw your attention to the second number, which is close to half of the folks in our community today do not have enough money to handle their basic household expenses. Again, I'm going to say that a second time. Close to 47% of the people in our community today are not able to take care of basic living wage expenses. This number is about 1.5 years old. Since this number is published, the cost of living has increased. And incredibly, 16% of the people in our community today, children in our community, still live in poverty. I would again suggest to you that these numbers are typically low. You can see some issues around per capita income and why does that matter? For a family of 4 in the state of Florida, a living wage is about $91,000 a year. The average wage in the state of Florida is about $58,000 a year. So when people often ask us why are folks challenged, we don't pay attention to the employment rate. We pay attention to the monthly gap in expenses of what folks have to spend and what they're obligated for. And again, I want to emphasize that most of the people that we serve are working. They're a part of the economy. They're consumers. They're colleagues. They're friends. They're important to all of us in many ways, most of which would be, of course, first and foremost morally, but also they're a part of all of our worlds. We also are dealing with a burgeoning healthcare crisis that is putting more and more folks in medical debt. And if you look at the debt ratios of the families we serve, they're continuing to climb because a family that we serve typically has somewhere around $600 in savings. One event typically knocks folks out of their ability to take care of themselves, and then we end up in a situation where someone is in an intractable loop of debt and an inability to manage their expenses. And then finally, I want to note, because we are a military community, and proudly so, the number of veterans that come through our care is staggering. This says 18%. Again, I would tell you probably unofficially it's higher than that. And I think we can all agree that anybody that served our country nobly ought never be in a position where they have to come to us for food. So what have we done? Just in this county alone, 30 million meals to the community. As an organization this year, we're going to top 100 million meals delivered to the community for the first time ever. We supply and support about 102 community partners, so if you don't understand how we work, generally everybody you know that is localized in your particular district, they get their food through us. We have the local partnerships that make sure services are rendered in neighborhoods. We make sure that those partners have the resources they need. So whether you're a YMCA, a Metropolitan Ministries, all of those are folks who are our partners. In Hillsborough County alone now, we have 40 pantries inside of schools. One of the challenges we are trying to tackle is nights, weekends, and summer hunger. As you know, most children are fed during the day. The reality of their circumstances, though, is that oftentimes nights, summers, and weekends, they're not fed. We offer nutrition education classes to families to make sure that they have the resources that they need to understand how to live healthier lives. And then I would note the last item, which is important to us, is we also have a job training program, which has right now put about $5.5 million into our economy in trained folks who are working in logistics. They drive Class B trucks. They're working in the culinary industry, which is important to all of us in a leisure and tourism economy. If you look at an organization like Feeding Tampa Bay, our economic impact across our 10 counties for our fiscal year is going to be somewhere around $350 million. It's a significant size and scope. The last thing that I want to talk to you about is what we're doing, and then I do have a little coda I want to add to this. So we're continuing to expand the service. One of the conversations we had at length with Chief of Staff Bennett and the mayor was about your investment in our work and how it would pay off. And it would pay off in several ways. One was more meals into the community, right? So that was important to all to make sure that we took care of basic needs. But if you haven't been to Causeway Center yet, you'll note that we also built an entire neighborhood of services that includes training rooms, classrooms, meeting rooms, a grocery store, a restaurant, a neighborhood services area that has things like a medical clinic in it, and other partners that are resident there to make sure that we've expanded services. And not only that, we've invested literally millions in our partners around the community to make sure that they have the resources that they need. So we've put refrigeration, coolers, freezers, we've bought trucks, other resources to make sure that the entire network of service delivery is and continues to be robust. And we would point this out when we talk about future regional collaboration. We would point out that virtually all the food that comes to the residents of the city of Tampa do not come from the boundaries of the city of Tampa. We bring that in from the region, from the state, and from the federal resources that we have. And so collaboration and the ability to work thoughtfully and what we bring to the organization and to the community is the ability to bring those resources to our local community. The last thing that I would add that we don't have on our list here but it's important to you is, as you know, last fall we endured 2 significant hurricanes. While there are national agencies that tend to probably grab more of the press, the reality is that we deliver virtually all the resources. So we are loading families up pre-storm, we are loading agencies up pre-storm, we are open typically during the storm, and then post-storm we start delivery throughout our communities. And we do that, of course, with meals. We also do that now with prepared meals. We took care of first responders and others as they managed the crisis as well. So I hope if I were to ask Chief Bennett to talk, he would say, hey, our investment was a really thoughtful and good one. What we want to make sure that you know is that we're continuing to work hard to justify that expense as well as the rest of the investment that all of our donors make into our community. I would finish by saying this. I've been in this world for 25 years of nonprofit, and I would say that there is greater pressure on our work and our community than there ever has been in those 25 years. So whether it was the economic meltdown of 2008 or a pandemic or government shutdowns or hurricanes, the pressure on our community is greater today than I've ever seen it. And I think you all as elected officials ought to know that that is our perspective. So again, thank you for your support of our mission, for our work in our community. I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you to Lorena, who is here with you. I recently toured your new facility not too long ago, and it's impressive for the capacity of what is there inventory-wise, how you serve the community in the sense that there's that grocery store experience and the cafe that you have attached. But what you do is invaluable. I remember your older facility, not too far away from where you're at now, but the expansion, when you talk about a worthy investment, certainly, you know, how you serve the community and what you do. And then in the hurricanes from last fall, you set up stations throughout the county, many in my neighborhood, many in West Tampa, many throughout. You had a long list, but you are always of service. You and your team are always helping, and you do tremendous work. So thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, thank you so much. I was looking at your annual program here, and on the page where you talk about the student volunteers, yes. It just moved me in such a great way. I really do appreciate that effort, having students see the need and to be of service and to volunteer in those spaces like Feeding Tampa Bay is very impressive. Your work speaks for itself. Of course, to be complimentary today is the report with you presenting to City Council is greatly appreciated, but it does speak for itself in the community. We know that you're here. Feeding Tampa Bay brand is alive and well, and I just want to thank all of the people associated with it for doing such a great job. And of course, it is a valuable resource for us as a city to be contributing to this social action fund, for sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Vera, Councilman Miranda.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work that you guys do. Guido, or Councilman, or Chairman Maniscalco talked about Lorena Hardwick, who we miss here and is always such a good individual. But, and I'm glad you mentioned Chief Bennett, who I know is such a big supporter of the, big promoter of the work that you all do. And he's, if you know his values, he's a good Catholic bleeding heart. And so he loves the work that you all do. But one of the things that I love about your presentation and just what you guys always do is one of my favorite stories with President Lyndon Johnson, where George Reedy, his press secretary, asked him about his poverty program, the war on poverty, but he said, poor people don't vote. So why are you doing this? And he said, well, listen, I don't care if I get one vote out of this, but by the time we're done with this, middle America won't be able to watch the news without looking at the poverty in their midst. And that's what y'all are about, is about reminding people about those 1 in 7 kids, 1 in 6 kids that live in Hillsborough County live in poverty, the 70% of kids in Sulphur Springs that live in poverty, and so forth. And you know, you talked about things like the economic meltdown of 2008. You all were on the front lines. The hurricanes that we had, we were all there. We see it. COVID, when, I mean, it was a shock to the system what we saw out there, a terrible shock. And then the areas like Sulphur Springs, we think of our friends out in East Hillsborough County, where you have a lot of migrant workers and farm workers who live in, you know, grapes of wrath type poverty and so forth. So, you know, you guys always do a great work. And, you know, and again, when our community takes hits, when we take point blank hits, you guys are always there for, you know, no retreat, no surrender, moving forward. And even whenever we have, you know, 1 step forward and 2 steps back, you guys are always there for us. So we appreciate you.
I appreciate the Springsteen references.
That's what it was about. Thank you.
Councilman
I just
he
want to
always
say thank
sneaks
you
one
and to
in.
your whole staff. You're the leader, but there's a lot of people that work there that are doing the daily work to make sure that the progress gets done on a daily basis. But you still have to have a leader with a vision and with a step forward, always, never to go backwards. When you look at what's happening in society, not only in this area, but all over the United States of America, and if you think this is bad, just look at the other countries compared to what we are. It's not what it used to be yesterday. You know, growing up, I never ate a filet mignon. Now that I can afford a filet mignon, the doctor doesn't let me have it. So you're in a situation where you're just saying, what is this all about? This is about individuals who are trying to get somewhere from point A to point B, and somehow there's a roadblock, not intentionally, but it's there. And these things you're overcoming on a daily basis, every day, and it's just not 2 or 3 days a week. It's 365 days a year, which makes a hell of a lot of difference. And for that, and what you've done, giving an opportunity of a hand up and not a push down, it's what I'm looking at that you and your organization have done. But thank you very much, and continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to go to public comment. We have 2 registered speakers, Mr. Michael Randolph and Adrian Rodriguez. Mr. Randolph, if you're on, please unmute yourself, state your name. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Michael Randolph. Most of the time when I speak publicly, I focus on the programs and projects. But today, I want to do something different. I want to shine a spotlight on the unsung heroes of West Tampa. These are individuals who tirelessly work behind the scenes, shaping the future of our community, pouring their hearts into uplifting others and ensuring that every voice has a seat at the table. When I joined the West Tampa CDC in 2001, I was a newcomer transplanted from Baltimore. My task was to work hand in hand with the community to create a master plan aimed at strategically transforming the West Tampa community from the bottom up. For those of you who are listening from other parts of the state and the country, West Tampa holds a unique story. It was once a city within Hillsborough County before merging with the city of Tampa. Even today, West Tampa maintains its distinct spirit of independence. As a newcomer, the West Tampa community welcomed me with love, and it's that warmth and openness that has driven my commitment to this area. It is because of these extraordinary leaders, those who dedicate their lives to the betterment of West Tampa, that our community continues to grow and strive. Today, I want to take my hat off to each of them. our unsung heroes. Thank you for your immeasurable impact on our community. I want to mention some of those leaders, by far not all. Dr. Margaret Fisher, who has the West Tampa CDC and has a building named after her, as she was an educator and a former principal. Joe Robinson, who is the vice chair of the West Tampa CDC and the president of the CAC. We call him the official mayor of West Tampa. And Darlene Jones and Mr. McNeil, who tirelessly fight for the community. Janice Williams, the former president of the West Tampa Neighborhood Association and board member of the CDC. And finally, Mr. Robert Allen, who's from the Hyde Park area, as well as the current president. You might not know that these leaders fought to maintain the West Tampa Library and the West Tampa Post Office when it was at a possibility of being closed. They fought and they kept it. So these extraordinary leaders represent the best of us. Thank you, West Tampa, for being who you are and for showing nothing but love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Randolph. Next up is Adrian Rodriguez. Good morning, ma'am. Adrian, if you're on, please unmute yourself and state your name.
Good morning, Adrian Rodriguez. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Once again, I'm speaking on the parcel for sale at Showman's Rest at Woodlawn Cemetery, 3412 North Ola Avenue. As you know, the same parcel of land that was saved from development in 2022 is for sale again. The owners, the LLC that oversees Showman's Rest, are selling the parcel to use the money to perpetually care for Showman's Rest Cemetery. Many of the members have passed away, and those that are still here are up in age, and they need assurance that when they're gone, their cemetery will be maintained. Working against the owners, publicly shaming them, and humiliating them with extensive media coverage is not the answer. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. I decided to work with Showman's Rest to achieve their goal and our goal. Mr. Persia has been patient with this process. He has turned down, in his words, dozens of developers that have attempted to purchase the parcel. So as you know, this matter is time sensitive. The City of Tampa administration is aware of this, but their hands are tied because it has to go through the proper channels. Council, please, I'm asking for just one of you to propose a motion for the City of Tampa to look into purchasing the parcel. It does not lie within a CRA, so the funds would be allocated from the City of Tampa. So just one of you, please. You know, in the Southeast United States alone, there are 1,400 erased African-American cemeteries. On behalf of Clara Fry, Mr. Sparkman, our beloved Ted Webb, my great-grandfather, my Aunt Mary, and all buried at Woodlawn, in marked and unmarked graves, I'm asking you to please let them rest in peace. Thank you, and have a nice Easter.
Thank you very much. All right, let the record reflect Councilmember Carlson is here. We will go to in-person public comment. I have quite a few individuals. I will call you one by one in order. The first speaker is Kevin Robles, John Lum, and then Gary Brown. Those are the first three speakers. So Kevin Robles is up, followed by John Lum and Gary Brown. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning, Council. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Robles. I'm here to speak on the sidewalk in lieu of fee. This ordinance was created to address the growing need of sidewalks in the residential, commercial, and mixed-use areas, providing a structured mechanism for developers and property owners to contribute to the sidewalks network. The sidewalk in lieu of fee was established with the cooperation and input from the development industry to ensure that redevelopment contributes to the expansion and the maintenance of the sidewalk network, thereby enhancing the walkability and connectivity of the city's neighborhoods. The primary objective of the sidewalk in lieu of ordinance are to promote pedestrian safety by ensuring that sidewalks are available throughout the city as a safe pathway for pedestrians in the most needed locations, such as near schools, hospitals, and along heavily traveled roadways. to provide added funding for sidewalk construction and maintenance by generating supplemental revenue through fees that can be allocated for the construction, repair, upkeep of the city's sidewalks where they're needed the most. The sidewalk in lieu of fee includes several provisions that outline the responsibilities of developers and property owners, as well as the procedures for collection and allocation. They are fee assessment and collection. Developers and property owners are required to pay an in lieu of fee when they're unable to construct a sidewalk in front of their property due to practical constraints or site-specific challenges. The fee assessed is based upon the length of the sidewalk and would have been constructed and the current costs associated with the sidewalk construction in that area. The use of the revenue generated by the sidewalk in lieu of fee is earmarked for construction and maintenance of sidewalks in the area in which they are most needed. This includes prioritizing the projects that enhance connectivity between residential zones, schools, parks, commercial centers, and public transit facilities. The ordinance allows for certain exemptions and waivers under specific conditions, such as there are no existing sidewalks to connect and it's unlikely that there will be any in the near future for sidewalks. Additionally, waivers may be granted for projects that face extraordinary site-specific challenges, such as grand trees growing in the pathway of the sidewalk, open drainage ditches that would cause the sidewalk to be too sloped or cause the installation of the new drainage piping to allow for a proper sidewalk.
Thank you very much. John Lum, Gary Brown, Steve Michelini. Go ahead, sir. Please
John
say
Lum,
your name.
2011 Bay Point Circle, Tampa, Florida. Just a continuation of the same issue here. Only about 200 waivers a year are granted by the city, and most redeveloped properties can construct the necessary sidewalks. The ordinance was never intended to generate a significant amount of money as compared to the other resources or funds collected for new sidewalks. Impacts and benefits. The implementation of the sidewalk and lieu fee is expected to only supplement the costs to improve public safety, enhance urban connectivity, promote sustainable development, and support community health and well-being. In conclusion, the city's Tampa sidewalk in lieu fee ordinance represents a forward-thinking approach to redevelopment that prioritizes pedestrian infrastructure and community connectivity. By effectively leveraging fees from developers and property owners, the city can add growth and maintain of sidewalk network that's enhancing the quality of life in the Tampa neighborhoods. The builder cost to construct, the spreadsheet analysis shows that 5 infill lots located in South Tampa neighborhoods, the cost to build that required walks, including normal labor and materials, cost of surveying, demo, existing sidewalks, grading, forming, and pouring concrete. 3 of the lots included in this are required by the city. The resulting average costs per lot equaled $51 per linear foot per new sidewalk. The city staff provided 5 construction cost estimates, not completed projects for the city, the jurisdiction, but city costs. The highest project costs were in Glen Avenue. Reference for one on Barbados were $39,000 or $320 a linear foot. The remaining 3 project estimates were Old Seminole Heights, which one was $223 a foot, Hubert Avenue, which was $188 a linear foot, and Fig, $295 a foot. The average cost for these 3 were $222 a foot. That's what you get. The city is pushing us to go to, and that's like 5 times what we've been doing forever and ever. I did one thing this morning, went on my little AI app this morning, so what's the average cost? And wasn't even close to the 222, so anyway, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Gary Brown, Steve Michelini, and Marcus Leinhardt. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning, Council. Gary Brown, Sterling Bay Homes. John stole all my thunder. Using the city's cost numbers and applying it to a standard 60-foot by 100-foot corner lot, okay? The in lieu of fee would collect approximately $33,300. On a standard 75-foot interior lot, the in lieu of fee at $222 a foot would collect $13,098. On a standard 60-foot interior lot, it would be $9,768, And on a standard 50-foot lot, which there are a lot in the city, the fee would be $7,548. The intent of this ordinance definition of the city's costs is to construct a sidewalk. The first in lieu of fee amount was $17 per lineal foot in the early 2000s and was increased in 2015 to the current fee of $29 per lineal foot. Both fees were established with industry input and mutually agreed upon by staff. It was always the intent of the fee amount to include only the cost items that a builder would save by not constructing the required sidewalk. These costs are typically surveying, demo of existing sidewalks, grading, formwork, pouring of concrete, and the related material costs of lumber and concrete. It was never the intent of the ordinance in lieu of fee to include the following cost items to build a sidewalk, which have been listed on these city projects. They are contingency reserves, mobilization, maintenance of traffic, removal of sidewalks, and curb and gutter, relocating mailboxes, etc. When using the city's project costs and including only the items to construct the sidewalks, the results are, on Old Seminole Heights, it came out to $50 per lineal foot using the city's costs. On Hubert Avenue, it came out to $39 per lineal foot. And on Fifth Street, it came out to $34 per lineal foot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker is Steve Michelini, Marcus Leinhardt, Carol Ann Bennett. Yes, sir, please state your name and restart the clock from 0. Thank you.
Steve Michelini. I guess basically what we're asking for is for a reason. The city's numbers included unreasonable types of activities: utility relocation, new inlets, new culverts, mobilization, traffic management, cleaning and grubbing, and as Gary just said, tree removals. You wouldn't do that on an infill lot that is being that this fee is being applied to. The average cost, as Gary said, is running about somewhere between $40 and $50 a linear foot, not the $220 that the city is proposing. The budget analyst for the city council participated in our discussion that we had with the city staff, and I know that she's prepared a report which was sent to you, which basically shows that, you know, you have to decide, do you intend, in all fairness, to include these other ancillary costs as part of your calculation or not? The typical construction costs are way below what the city is showing in the resolution, and so we're certainly asking you to consider what the real costs are versus what off-the-shelf engineering estimates are. In addition to that, the city has a $2 million design-build project going on that that lists, and that fee, when you're divided up by 3.05 miles, is significantly less than the $220 per linear foot. Things like I said, the culverts, the driveways, the relocation of mailboxes and all that stuff it's an add-on that you normally wouldn't do. On a new construction on infill, it simply doesn't happen. You also wouldn't have 1,700 linear feet of sidewalk. Typically, it's, as Gary pointed out, it's 50, 60, or 70 feet, and the average is 70 feet of linear sidewalk that's being paid for the in lieu fee. Basically, the conclusions are that we believe that when we use the city's own numbers and we take out all those extraneous variables, we get to about the same number. And we're somewhere between $40 and $50 a linear foot. We would respectfully request that the city council consider that. And I'm sure your budget analyst, I know that she's prepared a report. I'd like to refer to that and her analysis. And basically, it concurs with what we were saying, and it was an independent evaluation. And that's why, it was important for someone else to look at these numbers. So it's not our numbers, it's not the city staff's numbers. Your budget analyst went through and made their own, her own determinations, and I know she sent them to you. We respectfully request that you consider that fee instead of the ones being proposed.
Thank you. Next up is Marcus Leinhardt, Carol Ann Bennett, Connie Burton. All right, let the record show that Councilmember Hurtak is here, so we have a full council. Councilmember Hurtak and Carlson, we held approval of the agenda until everybody was here as a courtesy, so, all right. Sir, please state your name, good morning.
Marcus Leinhardt, 409 West Paris Street. I'm here today to talk about item agenda 31, the settlement between City of Tampa and Onyx and East. I do appreciate the transparency the council did by pulling that for discussion and not just going through a vote. To date, on February 1st, you ruled that these two houses were not approved. Since then, the court has ruled in the city's favor, saying that the developer misled the city and this deception undermines their ability to any claim for equitable relief. The judge in the 13th Circuit Court also supported your Bill 2-line assertions and the code that you enacted there. She also highlighted that Onyx and East bypassed any administrative way to resolve this and went straight to litigation, and that further disqualified them from any relief, right? Additionally, she highlighted in her ruling that, as such, compelling the city to issue certificates for interior homes would result in the petitioner profiting from their own wrongdoing. However, today, we're here to discuss the settlement between the city and Onyx and East, which does exactly that. It allows them to benefit from their own wrongdoing. They went through a special magistrate hearing, under litigation. I've asked for transparency and information about a public hearing, but told only that it was under court's approval, so therefore the city cannot tell me anything. So I'm puzzled by the fact that we can have a public hearing, yet I cannot get public information about that hearing. So the settlement in question, right, is it basically is a concession to the builder. It unduly punishes the residents of West Paris Street by approving a third building at 15 feet. It undermines your decision. It's not supported by the code or the overlay district. It's in sharp contrast to the court's ruling, and it additionally removes sidewalks that were intended to be there. It aims to erase the memory of the event that transpired, but leaves West Paris with 4 houses and a permanent reminder of the settlement. It does not hold anyone accountable for their actions and unduly burdens the citizens of Tampa for wrongdoings of others. It rewards those involved that have failed to mitigate their own risks, and it emboldens the developer who from the beginning has had a litigious approach to the situation and their interactions with the city. City Council needs to ratify the settlement in order for all the subsequent things to go into action. However, as of today, building permits have been approved, they have started construction, and they're ready to move forward. That has already been done without your approval of the settlement. Therefore, I ask you today to please reject the settlement and stand by the citizen of the people that you voted to support in your original ruling on February 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Carol Ann Bennett is our next speaker, followed by Connie Burton and Valerie Bullock. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Carol Ann Bennett. According to Investopedia, market rate is based on what a buyer is willing to pay. Number 1, market rate minus cost equals profit. If they pay less in fees, it reduces the cost. Do builders lower the price below market rate, or do they increase their profit? If a property has flaws, then it is worth less. Negotiate accordingly. There is a cost to getting equipment on site. So smaller jobs actually cost more than bigger jobs. That means the city's average is probably a discount. Builders are never forced to pay this fee. They only pay the $220 if it saves them money. All these new homes paid the fee because there was no sidewalk on this street. This builder paid the fee
even though it is 20 feet from the road. Even if that was legit, they should build all this sidewalk and only pay the fee for these 7 feet. These people paid the fee because of an obstacle that is not even on this property. This was a mistake by staff. The new townhouses don't connect to the existing sidewalk. They paid the fee. Another mistake, right by a walkable retail area. If the fee wasn't so absurdly low, they would have built sidewalks. If you have an obstacle like this, make them do this. Don't let them pay a pittance instead. This is my neighborhood. Every blue line is missing sidewalk. Except for major roads like Del Mabry, there is only one side of one local street in all of Virginia Park that has a complete sidewalk. Here are my elderly neighbors making their daily walk to their daughter's house. This was a few years ago. They now use a walker. In order to trick or treat on Halloween, this child had to be driven to that one street in Virginia Park with a complete sidewalk. No one wants their child in the street, but some people absolutely cannot have their child in the street. I can't imagine all the challenge this family faces. This should not be one of them. You've gotten tons of emails, so you might have expected more speakers. They are not here because they trust you to do the right thing today. It is a compliment. If they didn't trust you, this room would be packed. Please don't show them that their trust has been misplaced.
Thank you very much. Connie Burton, Valerie Bullock, Montesno. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning, Connie Burton. Item 1 and 2 should inform you or force you, your humanity, that not enough is being done. The statistics of the homeless population, how many children are having to live up under that guideline and then expect to be successful in life. How do that happen? And it shouldn't be just by mere small amounts that you, as a city, pay into or support Feeding Tampa Bay. The water department presentation was great, but you know what I saw? I saw an aging population. How many young people is now being afforded the opportunity to gain some knowledge and experience from those veterans? How many young people that could be coming out of our summer youth program that would benefit from that? And the numbers that we are being told that will include for the East Tampa Summer Youth Program that we advocated for, that we say we needed 72 children, it is now being told by staff the number will only be 48. That's unacceptable. You've had almost 2.5 years to get it right. Item number 33 to 36 continue to show how, this administration don't have a clear understanding how to shrink the wealth gap. Infill lots being held on by the city and then being distributed to nonprofits that, based on this, don't really have enough money on their own, might have great ideas, just like residents in our community that would, if afforded those opportunities, would be able to bring forth. But even with you giving them the lots and loans, then we don't have a clear idea, what are they building? Are they building duplexes? Are they building homes? What will be the price point? How then do those communities or people in those communities really benefit? I mean, it's just ridiculous that we can continue to, walk in these same circles and patterns. Item number 57, when you talk about the apprentice program, why won't this city lead the way and show business partners how then we want to ensure that people that is coming back, working themselves back into society is afforded opportunity not only with the city, but with the city partners. To come with just an agenda every week that sound good, that you're going to approve anyway, I'm merely up here saying that for the record, somebody keep advocating for poor people. For the record, not a politician, somebody is trying to make a demand to make sure that we can ensure that all people, all citizens, including poor people, have a good quality of life in this city. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Valerie Bullock, Montesnot, Pastor Frank Williams. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock.
I want to talk about the summer youth program. I got with some of my friends who have teenagers, and one of them went to Career Source to try to get her 2 kids a job there. The man told her that they had enough applicants in like 3 to 5 hours. They had shut it down. So instead of us going forward with the summer youth program, we're going backwards. And I understand we just started this year. It's gonna be mistakes made and everything, but we really need to make a more concerted effort to make sure that more of the kids get summer jobs. Because it's very important in East Tampa, whether you get a summer job or not, it's a lot of peer pressure on you, and your parents can't afford you your school clothes. So that really helps you get your school clothes, and you become, you're confident, go up, and you want to continue going to school. But how we did it this year is unacceptable. It really is. And I know the city with the sidewalk program, the city of Tampa had a sidewalk program, East Tampa had a sidewalk program. Okay, I think that what's worked. Let's go back to that. East Tampa had their own summer youth program, and then the city of Tampa can have their summer program, and Career Source can too. Because what we did this year, the kids who needed the most, who are living in the poverty area, now they're competing citywide with kids for jobs. And it's not right. It's just not acceptable for the kids. And I said that because maybe it was an oversight. Nobody thought it was going to happen like this. So I just want to bring it to you all attention. This is what's going on. And the infield lots, I see a lot of the companies that got the infield lots, 2 of them within walking distance from my house. So I'm really invested in it. With the infield lots, what I'm seeing, I can get me a nonprofit, put a LLC behind it, and I can come to the city of Tampa from Jamaica, St. Pete, anywhere, because the city of Tampa is the money bag. And I put my hand in a pot. They said it was done randomly when I read it on the city website. So they pull out a nonprofit to get it. That nonprofit don't have no ties to the city of Tampa. And we have to stop giving away money to complete strangers. Let's let the people in Tampa have first choice when it comes to the infield lots. And another question, East Tampa CRA, they owned a lot of the infield lots. I think they gave them to the city of Tampa. I want to know what happened to those infield lots. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mentesnot, Pastor Frank Williams, Joanna Colbert. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Mentesnot, Tampa, Florida. Want to say huru. Huru means freedom in Swahili. We as African people should always be thinking about our freedom, because for the last 825 years we haven't been free at all, period. You know what's the #1 conversation amongst young people? Because they talking about summer jobs. The #1 conversation amongst young African kids is body count. Some of y'all might not even know what that means up there. Police officers would know what it means. The #1 conversation amongst young Africans that they glorify is body count. That's really hustling backwards. You know what's the #1 seller, consumer item for African people? Skin lightening creams, hair care products, trying to be white. That's because white people have damaged us that bad. They've damaged us that bad. It's that serious. But I'm here to talk about that, but mostly child support. Sabrina Fry, right a few blocks away from here, a nasty, stinking, nasty cracker. Plain and simple. You can go out of order all you want to. That don't represent nothing to me. Don't represent a thing. You out of order.
Sir, please stay focused. Thank you, sir.
Always been focused since I was a child. But thanks for the reminder. We're going to talk about the Three-Fifths Compromise and how they treat African people. They had for more than a century before been regarded as beings of an inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. He was bought and sold and treated as an ordinary article of merchandise and traffic whenever a profit could be made by it. A free Negro of the African race whose ancestors were brought to this country and sold as slaves is not a citizen within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. And that's the treatment that this city gives to African people. They want to tell us that we can't address the city council individually. They want to make you bow down. And people want to tell grown men when they talking they're out of order. Ain't no fucking way somebody's going to tell me I'm out of order.
You're out of order.
Period.
Out. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Next
Have a nice
speaker.
day.
Pastor Frank Williams, Joanna Colbert. Please leave the, Mr. Shelby, can you clarify?
Chairman, have you ruled?
Oh, I've said out of order.
You said, well, so you stated that he is out of order, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
I
what
hit
is,
the gavel.
and what is the council's pleasure? What is the chair's pleasure?
To please leave the room. Thank you very much.
Okay, let
He's
the
left the
record.
chambers.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
reflecting that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Pastor Williams, Joanna Colbert, Robin Lockett. Yes.
With regard to him leaving the chambers, what is your ruling with regard to his return today? Is he?
He's not to return for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just, it's obvious why, but
Yeah.
could you just state what the rule is that he broke so that the public will know?
Mr. Shelby, if you could read it regarding profanity language.
Let me see what it says.
All right.
Rule 5 of the Rules for Public Participation and Rules of Decorum. Speakers shall refrain, this is Rule F, speakers shall refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, and shall refrain from making personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or member of the public. And comments shall be directed to the council as a body and not to individual council members. Rule G, no one present during a council meeting shall engage in disruptive behavior, including intentionally making or causing to be made any disruptive sound or noise or displaying signs or graphics in a manner disruptive to the proceeding. Rule H, the chair shall rule out of order any member of the public who shall speak without being recognized or who shall not address city council from the podium or other speaker area. No person shall approach the dais during council meetings except unless invited by a member of council. Rule I, all persons shall at all times conduct themselves in accordance with council's rules. Persons failing to do so shall be ruled out of order and may be directed at the discretion of the chair to be removed from the city council. Such person shall not thereafter be readmitted to the council chamber or city hall during the remainder of that day's meeting.
There it is. Thank you very much for the clarity. Good morning, Pastor Williams. Please
Good
stand.
morning. My name is Pastor Williams, located 1112 East Scott Street, pastor of the church at on Scott Street. You know, I can't apologize for the young man for what he said, but I'm going to apologize for him and what he said. It's, we got to understand, he might be a little bit upset, like I am, but I ain't gonna do nothing like that. I'm trying to say what's right. And we pray to God that everything gonna work out all right. But he been coming down here about as long as I've been coming down here. And when they don't see no result, they get upset. I get upset. Everybody gets upset. But I'm not here for African people. I'm here for people of color, and trying to represent them. But they don't want me to represent them. So we got to just do the best we can in trying to represent ourselves. You know what? we care a lot about y'all. We love y'all. But y'all don't show that in response. But we are people that are upset. And now we being more upset now in the year 2025 than we ever been in the history of the United States. For as I know of, in my coming up, they mistreat us, don't care nothing about us. We got a president, don't care nothing about black folk. We got a governor that don't want black folks' history in school. We got a mayor that don't care nothing about Pastor William. And you know what? I got to care about her because we all are human beings. And we got to be treated that way. Don't treat it like a number and that's going to call you by a number. Now, I appreciate everything y'all done for me, which is nothing, but I appreciate it anyway. Because you got to understand, we all are human beings and citizens of the United States of America. And that's all we want you to respect of that. Citizens of the United States, not no African American, citizens of the United States of America. And you know what? We be happy with that. God is so good to all of us and spare us to come here and see another day. You know what? I'm happy for y'all and I'm happy for myself. God bless all of y'all forever and forever.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker, thank you, Pastor Williams. Next speaker is Joanna Colbert, Robin Lockett, and Mrs. Stephanie Pointer. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Colbert. I am a resident of Ybor, or really East Tampa, honestly. Our office is in Ybor, and I'm here in support of item number 35 for the infill lot. Our team is a recipient of the infill lot, and we're planning on building 6 affordable townhomes. We went through the whole process that the city administered for the infill lot, and just wanted to really say that we're really ready to start building. It's been a while since we completed that process, and just want to thank you for putting it on the docket today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Robin Lockett is our next speaker, Mrs. Stephanie Pointer, and Sandy Pardue. Ms. Lockett? No? Thank you very much, ma'am. Stephanie Pointer, you are the next speaker, Sandy Pardue, and then Haley Franklin. Come on up, Ms. Pointer. Mrs. Pointer, you're the next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know Sandy Pardue wasn't here.
No, Sandy's next.
Oh,
Yeah, she's right
sorry.
there. Yep.
I apologize.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer, and I'm sorry that this isn't very good because I should have printed out pictures. I want to show you, this is Prescott at West Shore if you're going to the American Legion. This right now currently has a nice little sidewalk along it, which I personally had a hissy fit about because I thought it was a waste of money. Why are we putting a sidewalk along a vacant property? It's 100 feet deep. And right here, I'm going to show you, look how much it costs the city of Tampa to put in that one little sidewalk, $32,000. For those who are mathematically uninclined, that's $320 a foot. For one sidewalk, $320 a foot. Remember, I had a fit about it because a developer came in and built apartments on the south side and put a sidewalk in. I was like, why are we putting the sidewalk in? So sidewalks, here's what it all boils down to. It's really, really simple. If you can do it cheaper, do it cheaper. If you can't, then you pay in. It's just that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We haven't changed the sidewalk in lieu of since 2010, according to you folks. These gentlemen here said this morning that it was 2015, whatever it is. I, as somebody who's on the budget committee, want to remind you that Bob Buckhorn's policy was we don't raise fees for anything. Why are we continuing to nursemaid for folks who don't want to put one in? Now, I want to show you, because Mr. Robles and I are friends. I live in one of the houses he built. This is a beautiful sidewalk. I found it a couple years ago. This is in front of a domain home. It's a beautiful sidewalk. It's a beautiful example. Now, I think this is this is a perfect example of how developers can be creative. The problem might be in the permitting department. They don't want to do it, but in an exact certain way. Maybe that's part of the problem. We didn't hear much of that today. But I think that it's something that needs to be considered. But the bottom line is that we have to remember that the citizens of Tampa, if we're paying $32,000 for 100 feet of sidewalk, why? And remember, if we're talking about a single-family home on a 50-foot lot, they're not paying in for the whole 50 feet. They're paying in for above and beyond the driveway. I think they're 18 feet wide, if I remember correctly, and then they go to 24 where they flare out at the street. So just take that into consideration. 33 through 36, I'm really upset that they're only 140% AMI. I don't consider that to be affordable housing. 140% AMI, remember, the last time I checked, it's $80,000 for one person. That means anybody who's on city council qualifies to buy one of those homes. Oh, and last but not least, Carol Ann asked me to show this because she ran out of time. Here are 4 houses that paid into the in lieu of fund. Not because they couldn't put it in, but because there weren't any sidewalks on either side.
Sandy Pardue is the next speaker, followed by Haley Franklin, and our last speaker today is Luciano.
Sandy Pardue, thank you for listening, council
Yes, ma'am.
members. I live in downtown Tampa. It's an urban environment, and I enjoy a lot of things about that environment. And I expect in my environment, since it's urban, to have people around all the time on the sidewalks, festivals with music and all the other affiliated pieces and parts that they might be using at their festival, sirens, building noises when the city starts going crazy with building, which it appears to be right now. We have building everywhere, so those noises. Fountains, music coming out of cafes and businesses. That's what keeps the city alive, and that's what we enjoy. I don't appreciate the rumbling and the ear-splitting noises when the cars come by with the modified mufflers. That's not appropriate to anybody's environment, including other neighborhoods, not just downtown. Diesel fuel generators that, when you stand at a traffic light, make it impossible for you to stand there for a minute because there's 2 generators in your ear, so you can't stand at your crosswalk. And festival noises, the decibel levels of some of the music venues that are making our windows rattle downtown, those of us that live there. So, what am I asking of you? Just as people have asked in the past for reviews of older ordinances and older requirements, I think that it's time, past time, and I know you did this 2 years ago, but there was a big flapdoodle about all the noise ordinances and the changes you did, but that doesn't mean we should stop looking at it. I want you to relook at the ordinances about noise. I think there's a 79 decibel limit or something on noises that are emitted from festivals. I'm not sure that that's even being adhered to based on what I hear sometimes. I'm pretty sure that the food truck decibel noises that I'm hearing aren't 79 decibels. They're probably in the higher level, but I don't have anything to measure that. So what I'm asking you to do as city council is relook at what we have. Is it appropriate to what we have now? The demographics have changed. There are so many more people downtown than there were 10 or 15 years ago. So many more situations going on. Take another look at what's really going on and if what we have on the books meets the needs of who's there now. I don't want to eliminate any of the experiences that we're having. The festivals are great. All that's going on downtown is great. But take a look at how those things are being managed and the expectations of the city. And let's see if we can do a better job with making some of these nuisance and unhealthy noises get decreased a little bit. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Haley Franklin, followed by Luciano Samel, and then I'm going to yield to our clerk. She's going to explain a couple of things regarding the equal business opportunity stuff, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Haley Franklin, and I am coming to you guys today as Miss Tampa 2025. So I really wear a couple different hats in Tampa, but I did want to come and introduce myself and say hello, and really thank you for your public service as well. I was the youngest elected official in Kentucky. When I lived in Kentucky, I moved here for better opportunities, but I know how it feels, and I really do want to just say thank you for your public service. So thank you for that, and just allowing me to represent Tampa. I'm very excited to compete for Miss Florida for America. That will be at the end of May, so I will compete there. And if I were to win Miss Florida for America, I would go on to compete in Las Vegas at Nationals in August. So thank you guys so much for having me. I really do appreciate your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Luciano Samel. I hope I said that correctly.
Hi, Luciano Samedi.
Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Luciano Samedi. I drove all the way from Fort Lauderdale here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak publicly today. I'm with a nonprofit called the Heartbeat Foundation. We've been in operations for more than 15 years, and we also do a community festival that is called the Brazilian Festival. Back in 2023, we started to get thousands and thousands and thousands of requests from people to come to South Florida. And we decided to come to Tampa instead of Orlando, because Tampa has everything to do with our Brazilian community, about environmental protection. It's a great city. We love Tampa. And we came in 2024. It was a great festival. Thanks to the Parks and Recreation Department. We worked as a team, as a family, in harmony, and the festival was a huge, huge success. Vendors happy, the community happy. We never misled Parks and Recreations as to the number of people coming. However, back in 2024, we had to navigate through a lot of problems. The Department of Culture cut all the funds to arts and culture, and we found out that in April. And then 10 days before the festival, there was a natural disaster in Brazil, worst in history, that decimated a city called Porto Alegre, the city of the band members coming to the festival. And we had to secure the festival for the Brazilian community, for Tampa. It was the first year. We went beyond. We moved mountains to transfer these people to another city. Airports closed. The city decimated, worse than a hurricane, because in Brazil there's no infrastructure. But we navigated through all the problems because we love this city. We love this community. And we did want to deliver the event. We carried losses. We were not expecting the cut of funds coming from the Department of Culture in Florida. We had losses due to the natural disaster in Brazil, but we did deliver the festival. It was beautiful. Thanks to the city, thanks to Parks and Recreation. Now in 2025, we wanted to come back. We must come back. The Florida Department of Culture is cutting all the funds, and we want to come back. However, there's a city ordinance that is stopping us from doing this festival before the end of the semester. If we don't do before the end of the semester, we're going to lose everything.
Thank you very much, sir.
I just wanted to ask you, please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Help us do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we go to you, Sue Ling, I'm going to do the approval of the agenda real quick so we can get that out of the way. So a couple of items. I have a memo received from Councilmember Carlson to pull item 31 for discussion. Sir?
Yeah, since I sent that memo, the city attorney has sent us a memo saying that that we should not discuss this, and that if we do, against her recommendation, that we'd be personally liable. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion just to pull it for a separate vote.
Okay, so we'll pull 31, not for discussion, but for a separate vote, once that comes up under consent agenda. Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so just an FYI, we can't take any action until 1:30, but item number 51, there's a request to withdraw, so it won't be heard today. So if you're here for 51, this is a separate public hearing, there's a request to withdraw it, but we can't take action until then. All right, I'm gonna go through staff reports one by one. For the administration update, Dennis Rogero, our CFO, will present on an audit that we just received, so that will be coming up with that. 53 and 54 go together because of the items. There's a memo from Brad Baird. Mr. Baird is here. Does anybody need him present for further questions? So I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, does that mean you'll move that at the end of the consent docket?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just
We
wanted
don't-
the public to be clear and the
Yeah, we
clerk
don't
to be
have any
clear.
questions, so no on 53, 54. Item 55 has a PowerPoint presentation, so that will be an in-person. Item 56 is an in-person. Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Campbell did a written report, and then had some follow-up questions for him, but I am fine with the report. Because mainly,
Okay.
they don't really have anything right now.
All right, is that good with council? So we will not have Mr. Campbell present, but he did transmit a written report with that material, so we have that. Item number 57, there's a request to continue from Councilman Vieira, yes,
Yes,
sir?
and I wanted to explain that. So this is, we passed an apprenticeship ordinance maybe 4 years ago, which was unfortunately preempted by Tallahassee. And I was working with the administration on a replacement, and we're working on something else that, without getting into, if it goes forward, I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be wonderful. So that's why we need more time for this. But it'll be good.
You want to move to continue to August 7th?
If I may,
All
yeah.
right, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Item number 58, there is a memo from the administration, and I don't think they have anything further to add. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, this was my motion. The memo that they sent came only in the last few days, which didn't give me enough time to follow up with them. So I'd ask that you all help me continue this to June 26th to give time for further consideration.
What date did you say?
June 26th.
All right, June 26th under staff reports. We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson to continue 58 to June 26th under staff reports. Second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Item number 59, we have a request from Dave Ingram, a memo that was received, asking that this be continued to June 5th. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All right. Item number 60, that was my motion. I can just briefly touch upon that.
Later.
Ma'am?
Later.
Yeah, so I'll discuss item 60 regarding that. So that's a yes, because, yes, I'm going to talk about it. All right, we have written staff reports, 61 through 64 to be received and filed. Can I get a motion to that effect? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum?
Before you do that, Mr.
Wait,
Chairman.
motion, yes, sir, Councilmember, or Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'm going to direct your attention to number 27 on your consent docket. There's been a lot of public comment about it.
Yeah.
Per your rules on the consent docket, that is for approval without discussion unless you pull it for staff reports. So that council should know that that is right now remaining on your consent docket because there has been no motion to remove it from the consent docket. So basically, when that item comes up, it'll be part of the group and moved together with the committee reports.
Is that good with council? Councilmember Clendenin.
So why don't we go ahead and let's move and remove that from the consent and have a discussion about it.
So you want to pull 27
Yeah.
for discussion? All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, so that's six.
What? Sorry.
That's a 5-2 with, and you'll read it. Henderson and Hurtak, no. Go ahead, ma'am. Do you want to officially read it?
Yeah. Motion carried with Hurtak and Henderson voting no.
And that'll be placed before or after the administration update?
Let's do it after the administration update, because Mr. O'Hara is just going to present some audit stuff, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I want to explain my vote. I intend on, with the information I have supporting this, I just think a discussion is fine. I'm fine with that.
Fair enough.
The same, that's the same. It's just so much, there's so much email.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same here. There's just so many emails, so much energy around this issue. I think it was worthy of a discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum? Do we? Councilmember Vieira, do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. All right, Councilmember, Ms. Suling Harris, go ahead, you have the floor, and you take it away.
Thank you, council. I'm just requesting a 5-minute recess. Our office inadvertently provided you with the wrong application
for Mr. Keith Ware. So we have passed out the correct one. I just want to give you an opportunity to review that, so that way you could come back and fairly make your ruling.
Ms. Harris, Ms. Lucas, Martin Shelby City Council Attorney, could you tell them which one that in their packet it replaces?
Yes, Keith Ware is what's in front of you, and it replaces Mr. Keith White that was in your application packet.
And
Okay.
you're giving them the opportunity to be able to review that with this recess?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we're going to go right into the equal business opportunity presentation. I don't know how long it's going to take. We'll take it from there. We're in recess for 5 minutes. I could have roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson. Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, I would like to welcome up Ms. Shirley Fox Knowles to go over the rules and guidelines and conduct this process. Go ahead, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. I'm here to introduce applicants for the EBOAC, Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Committee. The candidates will be either present or remotely. The candidates present will be heard first. They will make a 3-minute presentation for the position. The positions include African American citizen, Hispanic American citizen, Caucasian female citizen, Caucasian male citizen, ethnic minority citizen, and citizen at large representing the WIMBY community. The results will be announced today. You will each have an application to vote. Again, this is a 3-minute presentation at the max, by the candidates. We ready?
All right, and just so the audience knows, I applied to be on this board probably 12, 13 years ago. There are only 2 people that applied for it, and I did not get it. So don't feel bad because I didn't get it either. So anyways, go ahead, ma'am. If you want to call up the first person.
In person.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Alan Nunez.
All right, Mr. Nunez, go ahead. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, councilmen and women. My name is Alan Nunez. I've proudly called Tampa home since 2005, and I'm a proud graduate of University of South Florida, class of 2015, Masters of Architecture. In 2021, I founded my own design build construction company alongside with my father. It's a construction company here in Tampa, a venture that reflects both my passion for this community and my commitment to create inclusive opportunities within the local economy. As a small business owner, I've personally experienced the challenges of accessing city contracts, navigating procurement systems, and establishing credibility in a competitive field. I've worked directly with city departments and private partners alike, and these experiences have given me a well-rounded understanding of how public policy can either support or unintentionally hinder small business growth, especially from those of underrepresented communities. I believe my lived experience combined with professional insight puts me in a unique position to contribute meaningfully to the EBOAC. My goal is to help advocate equitable policies, identify opportunities for greater inclusion, and be a voice for many business owners who are still trying to find their place in the Tampa economy. I'm passionate about the city's growth and believe it must be inclusive in every level. Serving on this council would be both a privilege and a responsibility, and one that I'm ready to take on. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Is Annie Miles the next speaker, ma'am? Okay, so you have a different list. Okay, we have 2 different lists. Go ahead, ma'am, then you announce it.
The next applicant is Descartes Valnor. If I miss.
Descartes Valnor.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Descartes Valnor. I've been a small business owner in the Tampa Bay area nearly a decade, primarily in the construction industry. I started the business when I was 20, now I'm 28 years old. Along the way, I've supported local nonprofits in the community through my company. Giving back has always been a part of my mission statement. I believe I'd be a strong candidate for this council because I understand the real challenges small and minority-owned businesses face in the community. I'm passionate about guiding entrepreneurs, especially in my age bracket, those looking to navigate the City of Tampa's process and getting access to meaningful opportunities to create an impact for themselves, family, and of course the community. I believe I'd be a voice, a beacon of light, helping others succeed, and also being transparent in that through my lived experiences. Thank you.
I'd like to ask something about.
Yes.
Are there any requirements
Turn on your microphone.
Any requirements geographically will they have to live in or not? Is it the whole Hillsborough County? All right, thank you.
The next candidate, and I apologize if I don't pronounce it right, Inade Oyo.
Lola.
Oyolola.
Lola.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name. Good morning. Please state your name.
My name is Eniade Oyolola.
Go ahead if you'd like to present.
Yes, I have a degree in history and philosophy. That's my first degree, and I have a degree in law. So I did practice law for a while. I came to the U.S. in 2007, set up my own business in 2017, which I'd been doing ever since. While doing my business, to keep my business going, I had to work alongside, take up some jobs and manage my business at the same time. So I have been in the field. I have managed people. I used to run a company, a shipping agency company, which you call people that load and unload vessels. So I've managed people. I've seen the difficulties young people and business owners have in getting things done and getting approvals, and even as simple as asking for loans or support. So I know where they're coming from, and I can be their voice in when decisions have to be taken. I can represent what they're thinking, what they want, what they expect, and the kind of support they would expect from you. So my training, everything has prepared me for this. I actually started a security guard company. I had to forget about ego, go down to the brass tracks, start all over again. And so I know where I'm coming from, and I know there are people with similar situations who want to move forward. And I believe I can contribute something in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The next person.
Council, you know you may ask questions after they present, if you like.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. The next person is Frank Peichel.
All right. Good morning, sir. Please
Good
state your
morning.
name.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Frank Purtle III. I want to serve on the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council as I'm an advocate for the fairness and creation of opportunities for all businesses to succeed. I've lived in the Tampa Bay area for more than 2 decades. In 2004, I came here to take a faculty position in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of South Florida. While I was at USF, I directed research and taught undergraduate and graduate courses in the areas of heat transfer, fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, and mathematics. I served the university students as an advisor to multiple student organizations that were focused on their professional development. I also served as leader of faculty and staff-centered organizations advocating for members to university administration. Most of my community service is rendered as a member of Love First Christian Center in Riverview and as a member of the Gamma Zeta Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated here in Tampa. During my tenure at USF, I became a Florida licensed professional engineer and started an engineering design and consulting firm. And in 2024, after 20 years of service at USF, I left there to pursue full-time working for my engineering firm, which is certified in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County as a small local business enterprise and a minority business enterprise. I was born and raised in Houston, Texas, and I'm a proud product of the public school education system. I earned a Bachelor of Science and Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas, and I earned a PhD in Mechanical Engineering from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, Georgia, also known as Georgia Tech. I want to serve on the Advisory Council because I believe that our community benefits from a thriving economy that includes businesses of all sizes and types. I'm personally committed to advocating for entrepreneurs to have a fair chance to succeed. I hope to contribute my problem-solving skills and leverage other relationships to help develop effective strategies for promoting participation by small businesses. I also look forward to learning from other members and contributing to meaningful policy recommendations. I'm prepared to dedicate the time and energy required to be an active and productive member. And thank you again for this opportunity to potentially serve on the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. So far, very, very impressive candidates. Next one.
I said, no wonder you finished second.
Me, not so much. Yes, ma'am, the next person.
Thank you. The next applicant is Gregory Halstead.
All right. All right, Mr. Halstead, please state your name. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen,
Good morning.
esteemed members of the council. My name is Gregory Halstead. I live in New Tampa. I am one of the CDD board members. I'm the vice chair of the Cape Bar Ranch CDD. Prior to moving here, I'm actually a retired police officer from the state of New Jersey. I moved here 4 years ago. Before retiring, I attained the rank of deputy chief. I hold a bachelor's in science in business administration, management, sorry. And as being a deputy chief, I am familiar with budgeting, resource and personnel allocation, and I am also versed in conducting and supervising complex investigations. My wife and I own a small business, a vending company, and I just want to join the EOB so I can promote and advocate other small businesses within our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next candidate.
Yes, the next candidate is Keith Ware.
All right. Mr. Ware, come on up. Please state your name. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Ware, and I'm the CEO of two different companies, Secure2Ware and S2W Security. As a Florida native and a resident of Hillsborough County for nearly 30 years, I'm grateful that the City of Tampa has saw the importance of forming and actively supporting the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council. I'm a Navy veteran, a proud husband, and a father of 4 Hillsborough County high school graduates. Since 2005, I've been a business owner serving residential, commercial, state, and local government clients, as well as a handful of Fortune 500 companies. Over the years, I've built 2 security businesses, launched a security license school for security guards, created 2 sanctioned certification programs, and also earned my electrical contractor's certification license for low voltage. I've also had the privilege of working as both a prime and a subcontractor. As someone deeply committed to the community, I often speak at Hillsborough County high schools a couple times a year about career opportunities. I mentor individuals of all ages, and I'm also working on a low voltage trade academy now. Because I believe that compliance is important, but also equipping people with the tools to be successful is vital. If selected to the board, I will be a strong practical voice for other minority contractors as I understand the importance of the real world challenges that we all face trying to obtain contracts. I will bring experience, fairness, and a deep sense of purpose to this role. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm honored to be considered.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Next candidate.
The next candidate is Carrick Williams.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Carrick Williams. Good morning, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I volunteered and submitted my application to this because I really feel that I can help. I'm currently serving on the Hillsborough County Small Business Advisory Council. My wife and I have a business that's been in business here in Hillsborough County for a little over 30 years. We have made it a point to try to help small businesses every way we possibly can. We are certified MBE, WBE, CB, all the BEs. All of them, with the city and the county. And we really like what we've done. We're personally responsible for helping local small businesses here receive over $200,000 in grants that we know about and can help them with. And we just look forward to the privilege of serving. We've done this for a long time. We enjoy what we do. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, next candidate.
The next candidate is Lanisha Cartridgeon.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Lanisha. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be involved. My husband and I have a small business, so I am a minority in different ways. I'm a Hispanic woman-owned business in the construction industry. We come from Hillsborough County Schools. We're very proud of that, and we like to hire within the community with the technical schools and high schools and things like that. And we are growing. We've been in business 8 years, and I just know you don't know what you don't know. So I'm here to hopefully get involved and help that. One of the responsibilities of being on the committee is communication, and I hope that I can bring that communication to other small businesses and to let them know what's going on in the community as far as minority-owned businesses and what's going on in Tampa. So again, thank you, Giga Maggie, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right, next candidate.
The next candidate is Lawrence Passetti.
All right, Mr. Passetti, come on up. Please state your name.
Good morning. I'm glad I didn't have to go first. My name is Lawrence Passetti, go by Larry. I know a couple of y'all from childhood, and I hope you don't hold that against me, but for the rest of you, I am a third-generation American and third-generation tradesman. So my great-grandparents came over before West Tampa was annexed into the city. They, of course, were all minorities from Spain and one from Italy. And my grandparents, that was my great-grandparents, my grandparents worked in cigar factories, banking, but they worked themselves from the floor up. And then my parents, especially my father, was a minority electrical contractor. And it was programs like this that help electric machinery establish their position in the community, and they continue to serve the community. I would say that my father was a leader in his industry. My generation is spoiled. There's no doubt about that. I'm also an electrical contractor. I am certified as a minority contractor. I'm not really very good at public speaking. However, I do want to say that I'm not asking to serve on a committee for the sake of serving on that committee. I'm asking to be able to get back to my community and pay forward what the community has done for my family. I think that through education and support to minority businesses and small businesses, through the exposure that this board and this committee might be able to bring for them to general contractors, and the opportunities, and not just show them the opportunities, but hopefully to secure the opportunities to be able to obtain contracts, whether it is a governmental contract or through private industry. Because minority contractors do, whether they are white, black, Hispanic. Small businesses have the same struggle with overhead and competing in today's market because of the overhead, insurances, health costs. So these programs are very instrumental in helping small businesses achieve work in the community. I'm hoping to be able to be that conduit to assist the ones that need that assistance and be a voice for them. But not just be a voice, help them to procure work. A lot of minority contractors can do the work. They're just not simply given the opportunity, or you're by voice given the opportunity. However, through pre-qualification process, they're eliminated to do cleaning. But I do thank you for the opportunity and appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next candidate.
The next candidate is Safi Malton.
All right, come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Thank you. So, my name is Safi Milton. I'm the CEO and owner of
for the wholesale tools right down on Kennedy here. Really started the journey in 2003 when I came to Tampa Bay from overseas, and spent a good amount of time working in the food and beverage industry, and then spent 13 years with HCA throughout the Bay at different facilities, serving the nurses and other healthcare workers. In my entrepreneurial journey, which brought me to this business, in the last few years, really seen a big gap between what the minority and small business owners, what they go through. There's a lot of frustrations out there. I see there's a lot of big conglomerate corporate overreaching agreements that are funneling money out from cities and municipalities out from the sources, or out from the community, where we actually have the businesses and the resources within the city and county that can support ourselves. So I believe that as a seat on this committee, I can help bridge that gap and make the city aware of some of these challenges. And then on top of that, you have the technology gap. As a small business owner, that tech gap, the big guys, they're winning because they pour millions on this AI, and it's hard to compete with. So thank you so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, next candidate.
Thank you. The next candidate is Stephanie Hopkins.
All right, Ms. Hopkins, come on up and state your name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Hopkins. I am a daughter of 2 retired City of Tampa employees who dedicated their lives to serving this community. Today, I carry their legacy forward as the CEO and founder of Black Wall Street Title and Embracing Life Development, Inc. We are a boutique social enterprise title agency committed to advancing equality in the real estate and business ownership. Through Black Wall Street Title and Embracing Life Development, Inc., I support marginalized contractors and their families, helping them preserve wealth, overcome legal challenges, and remain competitive in our city economic landscape. At Black Wall Street Title, we resolve heirs' property disputes, transforming tangled titles into clear ownership so they can be used to build generational wealth. This allows small minority-owned contractors to leverage real estate assets as collateral, meeting bid security requirements and positioning them to compete for city contracts. At Embracing Life Development, Inc., we provide estate planning services that help family-owned construction and trade businesses remain operational for generations. That long-term succession plan strengthens the eligibility for local and state contracting opportunities. As of now, the minority businesses do not supersede the second generation. My qualifications are threefold. I am a Florida certified woman-owned business operator focused on creating generational wealth. I specialize in removing legal boundaries that prevent contractors from leveraging their property for equity. I bring over 20 years of experience in risk management, interpreting complex policies to protect clients' assets, which directly aligns with the outside and policy interpretation required by the city procurement. I am also born and raised in Tampa, Florida, so I have firsthand knowledge of the affordability crisis and understanding the urgency of the skilled labor shortage, especially as nearly 40% of trade people approach retirement. Together, we can help close the skilled labor gap by preserving family-owned trade businesses for decades, not just years. We can turn systematic gaps into pathways for ownership, because true equality isn't just about assets, it's about sustained control over assets that build generational wealth. And I'll leave you with this. The mission of the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory council is to dismantle boundaries and rebuild trust, and that just isn't a policy for me, it's personal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, next candidate.
Council, the last in-person candidate is Trina Pope.
All right, Ms. Pope, come on up. Please state your name.
Good morning. Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to share why I'm seeking to serve on the City of Tampa's Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council. I am Trina Pope, the founder and president of Idea Business Solutions Incorporated, a certified DBE, MBE, SLBE, DWE management consulting firm based in Hillsborough County. With over 20 years of dedicated experience, I've made it my mission to empower businesses to grow strategically, compete effectively, and operate sustainably. At Ideal, we specialize in strategic business planning, procurement readiness, business growth, and organizational development. Our commitment to providing targeted solutions has enabled both public and private sector clients to achieve measurable improvements in operational performance and bottom line growth. Having firsthand navigated the complexities of being a certified firm, I understand the unique challenges faced by minority, women, and disadvantaged-owned businesses, from obtaining certification to maneuvering through public procurement systems, assessing vital resources, and securing contractual and procurement opportunities. Through Ideal, I have collaborated extensively with entrepreneurs and community organizations, providing invaluable technical assistance and delivering practical training workshops aimed at unlocking the potential of our local businesses as well as businesses located in Lee County. I fully support Tampa's Equal Business Opportunity Program as essential for advancing economic equity. If selected for this council, I will leverage my decades of experience and commitment to collaboration and fairness. This role will enable me to provide guidance on contractual concerns while representing the issues of minority and women contractors. I am deeply invested in our ecosystem, actively engaged within it every day, and passionate about helping Tampa's diverse businesses not just survive, but thrive. I envision a local economy where opportunity is truly equitable, accountability is transparent, and every qualified business, irrespective of its background, has a seat at the table and a fair chance to succeed. In closing, it will be a privilege to contribute to the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council's mission. Together, we can foster a more inclusive and prosperous future for all. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right, now we go to the online registered applicants, correct?
Yes.
All right.
The first candidate or applicant is Annie Miles.
All right, Ms. Miles, go ahead. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes to
Yes.
present. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I put the time on to make sure I didn't go past it as well. Good morning. As she stated, my name is Annie Miles. My overall goal for seeking to be a part of the Council of Equal Business Opportunity Advisory is because I currently do that every day. I am 57 years young. I have 6 grandchildren, so I have a true investment in seeing our next generation succeed. My current business with Hillsborough County and City of Tampa, I am certified in both. I also have a nonprofit that deals with mentoring individuals in regards to entrepreneurship. Along with that, I also host a local radio show, which is called the Sunday Forum, and my main part on that show is promoting entrepreneurship. I do believe small businesses will always have a place in the community because, again, that's what we come from. None of us made it to where we are on our own. We all had a helping hand, and I believe that's what the Advisory Council is for. I appreciate the council. I appreciate SCORE. I appreciate the ECC down on Palm Avenue. Miss Rita and Miss Lita Perez, they do an awesome job and letting people know about the resources that are available in the community to help the small businesses build themselves up. I believe that as long as the individual has the opportunity to do that, they will be successful, because it can be difficult in trying to build your own business and starting it out, because you have to have that motivation, and sometimes you need that encouragement. And I believe being on advisory council, that's something that we do offer, because that's the mission, is to help individuals. I'm also a published author here in Hillsborough County Library. I'm actually in the catalog. I was author of the month in 2019, and the book is focused as well on transparency of knowing who you are and how to be successful, because again, it can be trying. It's called Back to the Basics, Life Enrichment Guide. And the whole premise for me is, again, as we all grow, we need to put our hand back and lift somebody else up. And I believe that's what the advisory council will do. I believe I will be an asset to that board, because again, none of us made it here by ourselves. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, next
The
candidate.
next applicant is Desiree Watson.
All right.
Desiree emailed me and stated that she could not appear any longer, so we can
Okay.
move to the next person.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to the next person.
Henry Fain pulled her application. The next person is Jade Gooding.
Jade Gooding.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Am I
Please
supposed
state
to
your
come
name. Go
on
ahead.
camera?
Does she have to be on camera legally? It's not a rezoning. No. Okay, no, you're good. Just state your name so we know who you are, and go ahead.
Beautiful. Good morning. I'm Jade Gooding. I'm a Tampa native and the founder and CEO of Elevated Exposure Worldwide. We are a third-party association and event management firm based here in Tampa. We work directly with corporations and nonprofits to build their brands and also gain capital for their organizations. My clients have ranged from grassroots nonprofits to Paralympic gold medal winners, showing my clear interest in equal opportunities for all business types. I'm interested in this position on the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Committee because as a woman-owned, minority-owned business, I have experienced firsthand how uneven the playing field can be when we don't have access to resources or we don't have established connections just yet. Equal business opportunity matters to me because I believe that innovation and economic growth flourishes when business owners have the chance to succeed based on their ideas and work ethic versus just their background and privileges. As part of this committee, I would be willing to mentor other entrepreneurs as well as offering quality networking opportunities to fellow committee members. I have experience with annual budgeting, community development, strategic leadership, as well as fundraising and website development. I have managed and worked closely with Tampa History Museum, Gasparilla Music Festival, Gasparilla Art Festival, the Tampa Museum of Art, and others to host the annual Juneteenth Festival that happens at Curtis Hickson annually. I just wanted to give a sincere thank you for your consideration and all that you guys do for the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, next candidate.
The next candidate is Jennifer Armstrong. She will not be able to attend, but would like her application to still be considered.
Yes, ma'am.
The next applicant is Jonah Perkins.
All right.
Jonah, yes, Perkins.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Please state your
My
name.
name is Jonah Perkins. Before I proceed, just wanted to let you know that I am available and I'm online now for a camera. So the camera is currently disabled, but not on my end.
Okay, if you want to turn it on, you can. If not, you don't have to.
I would like to turn it on.
No,
but,
she said the clerk just said there's some technical issue, so we're unable to get you on camera, but we can hear your voice if you want to go ahead.
Absolutely. So as I said, my name is Jonah Perkins. I am born and raised in the Tampa Bay area. I have spent my entire life dedicated to service. I graduated from the Criminal Justice Academy in St. Petersburg, Florida. I was born and raised in the Jordan Park projects. I attended the United States Naval Academy and I served as a naval officer during Iraqi freedom. Once I left active service, I joined the federal service as a civil servant, and I am currently a grants management specialist. I have managed grants and awarded grants, contracts, and cooperative agreements to hundreds of thousands of organizations across the United States. I've awarded over $1 billion in awards to small businesses as well as nonprofits. This is my life's mission, and I'm also a resident of Tampa Bay. It would be the deepest honor and full circle for me to be able to join this council and provide my experience and expertise to help so many small businesses and minority businesses in the Tampa Bay area. I'm also a business owner as well, and I own a nonprofit in Tampa Bay, and I've sought contracts throughout the Tampa Bay area. I currently provide guidance and support to small businesses in Tampa Bay for free, and helping them understand and navigate the federal government procurement process. In addition to that, I have awarded grants, contracts, and cooperative agreements to various municipalities, cities, and local governments across the country. So one of my goals would be to leverage my expertise to help the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, and the Tampa Bay area to get access to some of those federal awards as well. Some of the firms that I've currently worked with in the Tampa Bay area and I've provided support to are Black Sheep Farms, EV Elite Vehicles, and I have a vast network of other nonprofits and for-profits in the Tampa Bay area that are deserving of contract opportunities. I understand procurement, I understand cost principles, and so humbly this morning, I would present myself for this opportunity. I'm open to questions, and before I finish, I would like to say to all of the candidates, I am so proud of all of you for everything that you're doing in business. I encourage anyone there, after this is over, please reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn. This is separate from this application process, and I would love the opportunity to share what I know about federal procurement to many of those deserving small businesses. There's a lot of money out there in programmatic grants and contracts, and there's a lot left on the table, especially for minority business.
Thank
and
you,
I would
sir.
love the opportunity to help. Thank you
very much. All right, next candidate.
Yes, the next candidate is Joseph Ramos.
All right, Mr. Ramos, if you're on.
Mr. Joseph Ramos, please unmute yourself and enable your video.
Okay, let's hold Mr. Ramos until he's back on. Go ahead, who's the next person? And we'll
The
go
next
back.
candidate is Kadeen Johns.
All right, Kadeen Johns. Kadeen Johns, you are up. Are they on? Are they muted? All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead, please state your name. Kadeen Johns.
Good morning, council members and attendees. My name is Kadeen Johns, and thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today. My apologies for not being able to attend in person. I began my professional journey in the social services field, where my role was to advocate for those who didn't have a voice, and that mission really has never left me. I managed programs that supported at-risk populations, helping to design and oversee services for individuals and families, navigating some of the most difficult chapters of their lives. That experience shaped me deeply. It taught me compassion, resilience, and most importantly, the power of advocacy. I carried those values with me as I transitioned into the world of business. And today I am a business owner working across multiple industries, construction, the legal field, amongst others. I work closely with small, disadvantaged, women-owned and minority businesses that are trying to grow and succeed in a system that often isn't built with them in mind. And I see the challenges they face every day. Limited access to capital, inconsistent opportunities, complex compliance requirements, and lack of real inclusion in decision-making spaces. These challenges are not just unfortunate. To me, they are systemic, and they're holding back an incredible amount of talent, innovation, and potential in our community. I believe with the right support, timely information, and guidance through complicated processes, these businesses can not only survive, they can thrive. I currently work with one such company, and their confidence in their ability to succeed has grown tremendously. Once they understood what was required of them and how the system could actually work in their favor, they began to see the real tangible progress. That's why I want to serve on this committee. Through certification, access to business opportunities, etc., I see that the city of Tampa is laying the groundwork for true economic inclusion, and I want to help ensure those efforts are not just symbolic, but meaningful. This committee has the power to shape policies that go beyond checking a box and instead truly empower small and diverse businesses to grow and scale, succeed as well. That means making sure businesses not only get certified, but also gain access to contracts, getting paid on time, and building sustainability for the future. It would be an honor to bring my experience, knowledge, and commitment to this role, and that is why I would like to join. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next candidate.
The next candidate is Leticia Hankerson.
All right, Leticia Hankerson.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Leticia Hankerson.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Leticia Hankerson, and I am a local entrepreneur, a proud Tampa native of Tampa, Florida, as well as a second-generation entrepreneur. I am also the owner of a salon suite in Carrollwood, Hillsborough County. I'm what my industry considers a curly and textured hair specialist in this industry. And I have 28 years committed, as well as 19 as a legal entity. I am honored to be considered to be a part of Equal Opportunity Business Advisory Council. I'm heavily invested in workforce development. So I educate salon professionals as a contractor for 2 global brands with international reach. I mentor new graduates, basically show them the path on how to get going in their career, how to generate business, how to build their business from the ground up. I speak to local beauty schools to support career readiness, as well as preparing them for the industry, as well as a pathway into the industry. I have been recognized for my work by ABC Action News for my salon's impact and commitment to the Tampa Bay community. I champion minority-owned businesses. Being raised in a neighborhood in Tampa, Florida, with a strong Caribbean and Latinx presence, I've naturally gravitated toward supporting these minority entrepreneurs and advocating for their growth and success. To better serve the Tampa Bay area, I actually have, being raised in that community, I have, from the age of 12 years old, started to teach myself as well as get educated in the Hillsborough County school system to learn Spanish. I sit for my De Ley diploma the October of this year. It's a Spanish certification governed by Spain and Instituto Cervantes. I have national industry expertise applied locally. So I travel nationally to connect globally, bringing those experiences back to the Tampa Bay area and helping local professionals know what's new, what's trending, and what helps their businesses grow. I bring valuable insight into our local community by sharing knowledge from international conventions and professional networks to help local salons grow. I advocate for inclusive education. In the US, an estimated 65% of the population has curly, coily, or wavy hair. This statistic has inspired me to niche down and serve these specific groups. When you drive down the street in Tampa, Florida, or in any city for that matter, in the United States, there are salons on every corner, right? But to pop into any of those salons and get service
Thank
as
you
a
very
curly
much, ma'am.
textured, pardon?
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right, next candidate.
The next candidate is LaToya Carter.
All right, LaToya Carter is next. Go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name, and you may begin. And you are muted. There we go.
Good morning, Council. Good morning. My name is LaToya Carter, and I'm honored to be considered for a seat on the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council for the City of Tampa. As the principal of Let's Be Clear Communications, a public relations and strategic firm, I bring over 17 years of experience in helping organizations clarify their message, elevate their presence, and most importantly, connect with communities they serve. But my commitment to equity and opportunity goes far beyond my profession. I'm a second-generation entrepreneur and a proud Tampa native with deep roots in this city, as my father, James Eugene Tokley Sr., was the first poet laureate for the city as well as the county. I've walked the path of a small business owner, trying to navigate the system, often without a blueprint, and I know firsthand how critical it is to have fair and transparent opportunities, especially for minorities and veteran-owned businesses. During my time with the Tampa Housing Authority, I served as the lead communications officer for 7 years, supporting initiatives that impacted some of our city's most underserved neighborhoods. I saw the power of inclusion and the consequences when it's missing. Those experiences taught me that access isn't just about opening the door. It's about making sure people know where the door is and how to reach it, and that they belong on the other side. Through my company and programs like Empower You Tech, I've worked to level the playing field for entrepreneurs and creatives by offering training, mentorship, and micro-credentialing in digital technology. Because access to opportunity must include access to tools and knowledge. What makes me the right fit for this council is not just my professional background, though I bring strategy, PR expertise, and policy insight, but my lived experiences. I am the small business owner this council is here to support. I understand the barriers, the blind spots, and the bold solutions needed to move small businesses forward. I am not here just to represent businesses like mine. I'm here to amplify the voices of those who often go unheard, to ensure equity isn't just a word, but a working reality within the city of Tampa. Thank you for your consideration and considering me, and I'm ready to serve. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next candidate.
The next candidate is Rosamond Causey.
All right, Rosamond Causey is the next
They are
candidate.
not logged on at this time, and no message was sent.
Okay, is it Yanina Rosario next?
Yes.
All right, Yanina Rosario, you are up. Please state your name, and you may present for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Janina Rosario. It is my pleasure to be with you today, and thank you for the consideration to join the City of Tampa Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Committee. I had previously the honor to be part of this committee, so I'm looking forward to seeing the evolution of where the committee will be, the influence that it will have in some of city decisions as they represent opportunities for our small business community. I have been working with small businesses for over 20 years in helping them understand what the expectations, the real expectations might be when as they're growing their business and considering working with government agencies like the City of Tampa. In my daily work at the Small Business Development Center, I support the small business community by helping them understand the differences in their certifications, how to best use their certifications, what to expect, and how to prepare to join the ranks of the successful government contracting small businesses. Again, I look forward to continuing to support our small business community through the work of this committee and supporting the economy of the City of Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we go back to Joseph Ramos. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, is Mr. Ramos online? Mr. Ramos, please unmute yourself, and you may go ahead, state your name and present for 3 minutes. Mr. Ramos, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. It is your time to speak and present. Okay. Can you see him? Is there a camera? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Just one final time. Mr. Ramos, this is your final opportunity to speak. All right. Thank you very much. We have all the applications anyway, so we have everybody's information. So, Ms. Fox knows what is the process now.
You have a ballot.
Okay?
No. No. So the first set of ballots is going to be for the African American citizen.
The African American citizen, there's 6 categories. One of them has 2, every other category is 1. Sure.
If I may. I just wanted to say, just for, I mean, like, for everybody that spoke, everybody was like amazing. There's a lot of heart out there. And my aide's going to get really angry at me for saying this, but if you guys ever want to email me and set up a meeting, a call or anything on how to get involved, because like there's like a lot of good applicants here, and you know, everybody I just did a great job. So just glad to help you guys and further getting involved in any way that I can. So God bless you. Dios te bendiga. Thank you.
And I want to echo that. I'm extremely impressed with everybody that applied, and thank you to everybody for taking the time out to do this and to serve. It's not easy. It's a big city. There's a lot of issues. You know, we have quite a few people for a few positions. If you're not selected, let me encourage you to apply for other city boards, because there's other vacancies. There's a lot of vacancies in other boards. I applied for this board years ago. I didn't get it. I got onto the Code Enforcement Board and Public Nuisance Abatement. That's just one of many boards, but if you don't get it today, there's a lot of opportunities elsewhere, so please stay involved. Thank you very much. Yeah, we choose one person for the African American citizen, which is a 36-month term, and that's the ballot that we have before us. All right. All right, that's also for one position, and that is also a 36-month term.
You gonna pass them down, Charles?
Charlie, we need the ballot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Put the face of the voice with the name.
Thank you. All right. Let's go. All right. The next ballot is for Caucasian female citizen. It's a 24-month term. So this is Caucasian female citizen. We have one opening. This is the third category. It could be.
So she's considered, right, this person?
She could be Hispanic or.
She on the paper, so.
I don't know. Sir.
There's a lot next street over.
Yes, but not a majority. I will announce and who voted for whom. This is round one, and for the African American citizen, there is one vacancy. Frank Pikely received 2 votes from Clendenin and Maniscalco. Gregory Halstead received 1 vote for Vieira. And Carrick Williams received 1 vote for from Carlson. Leticia Hankerson received 1 vote from Hurtak. Latoya Carter received 1 vote from Mr. Miranda. Stephanie Hopkins received 1 vote from Ms. Henderson. And that's that. That is from the African American. So we'll go to round number 2. As far as Hispanic American citizen, there is 1 vacancy. Alan Nunez received 3 votes from Hurtak, Vieira, and Miranda. Lanisha Catastron received 2 votes from Carlson and Henderson. Safi Malton received 1 vote from Maniscalco. And Yanina Rosario received 1 vote from Clendenin. Caucasian female citizen, 1 vacancy. Lanina Rosario received 5 votes, 1 from Carlson, 1 from Clendenin, Henderson, Vieira, and Miranda. And Jade Gooding received 2 votes from Hurtak and Maniscalco.
So Rosario gets selected, so that takes care of that, okay?
Yes. That's for the Caucasian female citizen. Yes, she received the
Okay.
majority.
So we have a runoff for the first 2 categories?
Round 2?
Okay. Yeah, because it was title got 2 votes and then everybody else got 1. And then for the second one, I think it was 3 votes for 1 candidate. Okay. So we'll get new ballots then, and then do we move on to the Caucasian male citizen? There's only 1 person? So can I get a motion? Is it Lawrence Passetti?
The name for that, please?
So we get a motion to, huh?
There was no ballot for that then.
No, because there's only 1 person.
That's
So
fine.
motion to, by unanimous consent, to approve Lawrence Passetti to the Caucasian male citizen category for the 24-month term. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Mr. Passetti, this is your time to give a speech. I'm kidding. I'm not going to put you on the spot. All right. All right, this is the second round for the African American citizen category. Thank you. Oh, wait.
Yes.
No, this is the Hispanic American citizen. I'm sorry.
So late.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, maybe do consent agenda real quick or something. All right.
And there's only 1 opening.
Yes, but then we also have the at-large position. So there's still opportunity. Thank you very much. Man. A haircut? Get a Guido cut.
Me too.
One on the side.
I think I was going to cut this one. This one right here.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. For the Hispanic American citizen, we have 1 vacancy, and Alan Nunez received 5 votes.
Congratulations, Mr. Nunez.
They're from Hurtak, Clendenin, Vieira, Miranda, and Maniscalco. Lanisha Caddis John received 2 votes from Carlson and Henderson.
All right, Mr. Nunez has been selected. Congratulations. All right,
Do you want to do a motion for that as well?
we gotta get a motion to approve. So motion to ratify that from Mr. Nunez. Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Yeah, why not? So for the Caucasian female, it was selected, was it Rosario? Yes, can I get a motion to that effect? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira, all in favor? Aye. All right, now we're tallying the ballots for the first category, and we still have 2 more to go, correct? No, yeah. Yeah, 3 more. There's still 3 more spots, which almost everybody is eligible for that has not been selected.
Shirley Fox Snow, City Clerk. Round 2 for the African American Citizen. There is 1 vacancy. Frank Poutley received 2 votes. Gregory Halstead received 1 vote. Carrick Williams received 1 vote. Leticia Hankerson received 1 vote. LaToya Carter received 1 vote. And Stephen Hopkins received 1 vote.
So we have no movement on that ballot. We're gonna have to redo it again. It's a 2.
Stephanie Hopkins, not Stephen.
All right.
For the record.
Do you want to move on to the ethnic minority citizen, non-specific, or we got to get?
We have to get through this one, so that way we can eliminate them from the other.
Ah, okay. All right. Here we go. Round 3.
Remember, if you vote the same way, we're not going to change.
May I propose something?
Sure.
Thank you. That maybe we do it where, kind of like when we selected Councilwoman Hurtak, which is the two people that get 2 votes move on, so that we don't, because it'll be hard to get a majority with so many names. So just 1 person flips, and then we choose between those 2 people. Just a thought.
How does council feel about that? Any objection?
Well, can't we just vote for 2 people and then you eliminate?
No, I think a more fair way would be to take the people that everybody's voted for at least once. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll reduce the ballots with whoever gets the votes, make it a little bit easier. All right, ma'am, I need the ballot.
Oh, sure.
Pied.
Hold on, can you just give a number?
Go to the microphone, please.
Number 5, number 6, number 12, 13, 14, and 16.
And what about those numbers?
Those are the ones
Those are the
voting
ones
for.
that had someone vote for them.
Okay.
So should we make a motion to carry those names forward in the next ballot?
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so is that already done, though? Have we done that via motion? Does that need to be done via motion?
I guess what she's announcing is that you shouldn't vote, you should only vote for those numbers. Do you have to mark those ballots in any sort of way? Are you asking council members to mark those ballots in any sort of way?
So, if I hear this correctly, we're only going to consider Frank, Gregory, Carrick, Leticia, LaToya, and Stephanie. Okay, very good, thank you.
All right. Yeah.
So can we vote for 2 people, and then that way you can eliminate, because somebody might get 2 votes, and then we eliminate, then we have to vote again.
Oh, that would be nice to consider going forward, right?
If we all vote for some people, then that'd be great.
I don't think we can do ranked now.
That
We
makes
haven't
sense.
talked about doing ranked voting. Something. I think ranked voting might be illegal in the state.
Correct. This is easier than campaigning.
This is round 3, Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk, for the African American Citizen.
Hurtak was selected in like 4 minutes.
Did you have a speech?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she was good.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. He voted for him.
That's a long list.
For the African American citizen, we have one vacancy, and Frank Pintley received 2 votes from Clendenin and Maniscalco. Gregory Halstead received 2 votes from Vieira and Miranda. Carrick Williams received 1 vote from Carlson. Stephanie Hopkins received 2 votes from Hurtak and Henderson.
For the next ballot, can we just put the people that got 2 votes, just to make it easier? Yeah, let's do that. So the people that received 2 votes will move on to the next round, which I believe are 3 candidates.
And that would be Frank Paltel, who received 2 votes. Gregory Halstead received 2 votes. And Stephanie Hopkins received 2 votes.
All right, so they will move on to the next round. What happened? Yeah.
She just figured you were the only one with the aptitude to understand that.
Yeah. All right.
The rest of us would be thrown into a tailspin.
Oh, kudos to the clerk's office, by the way. Y'all are handling this situation. Yeah. You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
While I sit here and delete all of my sidewalk emails.
You're trying to be funny again.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. Just get them out of my inbox. Or you make 10 minutes. Yeah.
We got everybody? Okay.
That's what I spent most of my
Ooh, say personal email. All right.
So this happened to me when I applied for the code enforcement board, not this board. And it was voting after voting after voting, and finally one council member said, "Are we gonna get lunch or what?" And I was still here, the other person wasn't here, so out of sympathy, I vote, you know, because they wanted to go to lunch, I got on the board, so.
Very honest.
Yeah. It's not that they liked me, they just wanted to go to lunch.
Nobody likes it.
Your political career has been very interesting.
Yeah, I got lucky a lot of times, barely. It was Frank Reddick that said that.
He said, God rest his soul.
Yup.
That is true.
I owe a lot to Frank.
Sidewalk email. Sidewalk email. Are y'all cold?
No, I'm comfortable. Just cold-hearted.
Just a little chilly. I'm cold.
Shush.
You know what I've been doing at night? Setting the AC down real low. It's the only way that I fall asleep.
Me too. I'm putting my air down to 68. I never even.
Wow, I don't go below 72.
68 degrees.
My house is normally around 80.
I would catch it.
Oh, I would bitch the whole time.
No,
You let me
I'm
over,
at
I would bitch the
76.
whole
No,
time.
I turn it down when people come over.
Oh, I was so complaining.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's how my dad is. He doesn't-
76 is cold for me. Yeah, I agree. I turned it 78.
God gave us air conditioning to be used.
That's what
Mr. Carrier, Mr. Carrier.
has agreed to. I love it.
I'm a 70, my husband wants like the 76, so we compromise on 78.
Mom lived at 78, so when she passed away, I turned it down to 76.
Yes, ma'am.
I got used to 78.
Council, this is round 4, Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. Frank Powell received 3 votes. Gregory Halstead received 2 votes, and Stephanie Hopkins received 2 votes.
We're getting there.
So I believe we need to print out other ballots. We've gone 4 rounds, so maybe we could do it after lunch.
I hate to have people.
I know, everybody's hanging out.
You want to do the consent docket? Yeah. But,
While you
know,
print the ballots.
yeah. All right, let's do the consent agenda. Yes? What happened?
No, never mind.
All right, we'll do the consent agenda while we wait for more ballots. So Councilmember Vieira is the Public Safety Committee Chair 4 through 8.
May I, or a motion to move 4 through 8, Mr.
We have a
Chair?
motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Chair, Neighborhood and Community Affairs Committee, I move items 9 through 12.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Hurtak, 13 through 26.
27.
Yeah, we
Whoops.
pulled that for discussion
Okay.
after
Sorry,
lunch.
forgot. Didn't mark that. So items number 13 through 26, and 26 is a hearing, so.
All right. It's the setting,
Yeah.
calling for a public hearing. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Item number 27 will be heard after lunch, because we pulled it. Items 28 through 32.
I believe we pulled 31, didn't we?
We pulled 31 for a separate vote, so Councilmember Miranda, 28, 9,
I
and
moved
30.
28 through 30 and 32.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. So item 31 is going to be a separate vote.
After lunch.
We can vote on it now.
27 and 31 now?
No,
31.
27 is for discussion, 31 was pulled just for a
Just for
separate
vote,
vote.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. So who wishes to move item number 31?
I move items 31.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin for 31, second from Councilmember Vieira, and let's do a roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin.
I understand it. I just want to try to say what I want to say.
You can't say
I
what
can't
you
say
want.
anything.
No, you can't say it at this point. You've waived that right.
Yes. Aye.
Henderson,
Yes.
Fiera,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
No.
Motion carried with Carlson, Hurtak, and Maniscalco voting no.
All right. Items 33 through 44, Councilmember Carlson.
Move 33 through 44.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. All right, Councilmember Clendenin, 45 through 48.
I move 45 through 48.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye.
I will move items 53, 54, 56.
Okay. Anything else? No.
I think we already did the written reports, so the others were moved. if I-
Motion to move 53, 54, and 56 from
Is that correct,
Councilmember
Ms.
Hurtak.
Harris?
Just 53 and 54.
Oh, 56, just, well, we didn't receive and file that, so do we need to do a separate motion?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
do a
well then, I will move 53 and 54.
All right, we have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
now
And then
move-
receive and file 56.
We have a motion to receive and file 56 from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. All right.
55 is the only thing on there that we just.
Yeah. And then 60 is very, very easy. Very quick. All right, Ms. Fox Knowles, do you have? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, yeah, so I have a,
Not break for lunch?
no, yeah, I think we can go through.
All right, we'll see.
Think we should go for it? Yeah, me too.
So it was suggested that we could finish the agenda and not have to break for lunch and come back. Is there any
Is that by unanimous
objection?
consent?
Is there any objection?
15 and 16 said yes.
All right, 15 and 16. Any objection? If not, by unanimous consent, we're just gonna go through and finish this agenda and not break for lunch.
That's fine.
Just for the public, I'm the 15th woman voted onto council, and she's the 16th woman. So we call each other 15 and 16.
Is it-
things steadily.
it's in
So,
the
the-
history
so
book.
the minutes will notice by unanimous consent.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Making quality recommendations.
All right, we're gonna vote for 3 people.
Oh,
We are?
3?
I'm sorry,
One.
3, there's three applicants, one of 3, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We don't. I'm thinking about that salad all morning.
What do we do about the 1:30 public hearing?
We remove it. Oh, we have to wait till 1:30. Oh, well.
As long as you have 4 people here to do it, it could be done.
Yeah, if y'all
Of course,
gotta
the way
go.
the ballot is going, you'll probably still be here at 1:30.
Or we take a brief lunch or something if we have to. Yes, ma'am.
I'll wait.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Oh, still waiting? Okay.
I'm fine with that. So for this, we have 3 candidates and 4 positions left open.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, never mind, because we need to be able to consider everyone. I forgot.
Do you have my card? Oh. Thanks.
We're killing
What about a suggestion? Do we allow the top 3 candidates to refresh our memory and speak for like 1 minute? No, we don't need that? No, okay. All right,
You know, one thing, may I?
sure.
Councilman Hurtak was onto something, which is maybe we go ahead and vote on the other one and then see if it matches at all. And then maybe we can move forward for both
Yeah, 'cause we
positions.
would eliminate one and make.
It could make things efficient. Maybe.
The only reason I was saying that was because we will be adding people to the pool. But, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's probably going to be time for us to start doing some lobbying.
And may I
Lobbying on behalf of the candidates?
Yeah, on
Oh,
the
yeah,
people
sure.
that we keep.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councilman Beer.
I do too. Ms. Hopkins was my number 2 choice, by the way. But again, they're all A+.
Do we want to go for ranked voting then?
That's
My-
one
my
thing
sug-
we
My
could do.
suggest, ranked voting is not considered at this point, and it's never been considered by council.
I'll make a motion later.
We could, if, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, and I have to double check whether state law would allow it at a municipal level.
What was I gonna say?
Councilman Beer.
We could do something where we agree where for the other ballot, we don't choose the same person. No, strike that, strike that, strike that, strike that, strike that. That would actually make it more difficult, sorry.
All right.
I'll make a pitch for my person.
If
For
you could just
round
if you could just
5,
recognize whoever wants to speak.
African-American citizen, Frank Pilot had 3 votes from Carson, Clendenin, and Maniscalco. Gregory Halstead had 2 votes from Vieira and Miranda. Stephanie Hopkins had 2 votes from Hurtak and Henderson.
What happened? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we
Yes,
just
ma'am.
start lobbying for our candidates at this point. Why?
All right. I'll start then. Frank Pidle they're all extremely impressive, but his resume, educational background, life experience, professional experience just stood out to me, and that's why I've been consistent in supporting him for this position. Who's next? Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, I like Mr. Halstead's involvement in local government. He's already been involved in a number of local issues that are very important. I also, I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, Stephanie Hopkins I cited, Keith Ware I also cited. And he wasn't selected, but I did want to give a shout out to, and I may mispronounce his name, Eniade Oyolola, who was my short list. So just hats off, sir.
Councilmember Clendon and Councilmember Miranda.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because for Frank Battle, he's the only one I gave 3 stars to when I was marking my ballots, you know, as far as with the presentation. I concur with Councilman Maniscalco about his education background. And what I really thought, you know, when we look at somebody who can be very effective and persuasive in a committee setting, I felt that his delivery and his ability to communicate really pulled things together, and I felt that he would probably be one of the more effective members of guiding the committee forward and really, you know, fulfilling that mission. So I think that's what impressed me more. Everybody else, again, I mean, we talked, you know, Stephanie, I loved her level of energy and her entrepreneurial spirit. Mr. Halstead being a former deputy police chief. I think the only reason I didn't consider him is because he wasn't as long-term of a resident as the others. So that was the only gig that I felt about that was that it was the residency. And not that that's a requirement, but I just felt giving deference to people that had lived here or had more skin in the game for the city of Tampa.
Councilmember Miranda.
I just, you know, there's 24 candidates here, and the way the democracy works, it works. And it's difficult. There was 2 individuals that I really liked a lot. I voted for one, and the other one I like to vote for, but I can only vote for one. So that's how it is. And I did the best I can with what I heard, and certainly everyone has a different area of specialties. No matter who you are, what you have, or what you don't have, you're here today, and you really show me the respect that you have for the community by showing up. And therefore, we have to make a decision based on very few things that we know about everyone. So it's very difficult to do that. But this is America, and this is the way it works.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, for me, I really appreciate every single person that has come before us today. And I really do. I appreciate your effort and you wanting to be involved in this level of work. There was no rhyme or reason necessarily for me. Ms. Hopkins stood out, but so did others. And I think that that'll be evident in the next vote that we have, where there's a larger pool that we can select from. She is a local girl, young woman that came before us, and her experience in probate, you know, was kind of interesting to me, the problem-solving skills there that I think would be required in this opportunity. So that's really it. But congratulations to every single one of you for putting yourselves out there.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And I agree. Everyone is amazing, and I'm telling you now, there's lots of boards and commissions in the city of Tampa that could use folks who are passionate about what they do. Again, Ms. Hopkins did stand out for the same reason. That's one of those issues that we keep working on and the other, I'm interested in getting folks from different backgrounds and lines of work, and that's initially why I chose Leticia, because of the hair business. I thought that was really just, again, different types of small businesses, and that's kind of was my reasoning behind that. So that is why.
Okay, ma'am, did you want to come up and speak?
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Stephanie Hopkins. The gentleman, I'm sorry, I need glasses. I can't. Alan, you had mentioned about the delivery of the gentleman's presentation, which was amazing. But I wanted to tell you, in 2021, I fought for my life for COVID. This is still my COVID voice. This is not me. And for me to be able to stand here in front of you guys today is amazing. And to be able to be in probate and save my family's home, I want to do that for this community. So I apologize if my deliverance wasn't the best. And I've been actually dealing with that because I have to be able to deal with this on my own. I had stopped speaking because I couldn't speak for 6 months. And I was hospitalized for several months. And it took me over 6 months to be able to stand where I am today. So I just wanted to clarify that this is normally not my voice. This is COVID. I can't do anything about it, but I am really sincere about Hillsborough County, my community. I'm seeing what's going on with it, and it doesn't sit well with me, and I have the ability to do something about it. I'm not just here to sit for meetings or anything like that. I want to make an impact that we can actually say, well, we've, saved this many homes at this many amount, for these families. Because you talk about affordability, we can preserve homes through estate planning instead of creating all of these other homes as well. And then we're displaced, and then kids don't have a place to stay. One eviction just affects them overall for the rest of their life. So I just wanted to say that one little piece, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Because we allowed Ms. Hopkins to come up, does Mr. Pidle or Mr. Halsted wish to speak? We would give you a minute if you wish to speak. Okay, all right. We have.
Were those people online or in person?
No, they're right here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we have ballots filled out. We're gonna turn them back in.
This is round 6. Frank Peitel received 3 votes. Gregory Halstead received 2 votes. And Stephanie Hopkins received 2 votes. This is for the African American citizen.
What are you going to do now?
Yeah, let's do that. And we took care of Hispanic American citizen, right? Okay, so that's that.
Is your
so-
microphone on so you know what you're handing out now to the public?
I'm handing out the citizens cards that has 2 vacancies.
Thank you.
All right. Which, everybody that. Huh?
They get 36 months as well.
18 months.
18 months, it's half of it.
So everybody that applied is eligible for this category, which is at large. If we were to pick folks there, it might help with the previous one. This is for an 18-month term. So we will pick 2 vacancies.
But if they get this, then they can't get the other one.
That's right. There you go. There you go.
Okay. Should I initial what I scratched out and that'll make it okay? Ay, 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 adios míos. The students taught me that at Jefferson. Ay, ay.
Ay, Dios mío. Tampa Catholic, Jesuit for a year and a half.
Chair, could we talk, do you want to talk about item 60? I mean,
Let's take a look. Well, I
That's-
want to, yeah, let's talk about item 60. I have a lot to say here. So, City Council have a discussion on scheduling an evening session on July 31st, 2025 for alcoholic beverage and comprehensive plan amendment cases. So, that would be to add that evening session. We have a daytime meeting, is that correct? So, for July 31st, since it's a regular daytime meeting, I would ask council, not because my mom's birthday is the day before, but to limit, you know, she turns 39, to limit staff reports.
to
Okay,
4?
So.
We only have one.
We only have one, to limit it to like 4
Yeah,
staff reports?
I think 4 is fair.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we'll have a max of 4 staff reports for the July 31st regular session, so we could get out at a reasonable time, because we would go into an evening session, which may or may not be a busy night, because it's alcoholic beverage, so.
But
so
it's and rezoning.
And comprehensive plan.
Chairman?
So, yes, sir.
I'd like to be able, did you want to speak, please?
Yeah.
Ms. Edwards would like to address council. Your name for the record, please.
Lisa Edwards. So if it's council's pleasure, if we can on that day, we'll limit staff reports to 4. I know we have 2 already, so we'll add 2 more. And then if we can just go ahead and not do any presentations or commendations that day.
Yeah, we would
So
go right into public
no
comment.
ceremonial
Yeah.
as well. And then that'll definitely limit that day and get you all out of here early enough to be able to
That's fine.
have a break before the evening session.
Is that good with everybody?
Sure.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilman Miranda. So we're limiting the regular session of July 31st to 4 staff reports and no ceremonial activity. Do we have a second?
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And
Second, Councilmember Clinton.
that would be no commendations, presentations.
Yeah,
Yes.
nothing. We would go right to public comments.
Or what other?
It would, well, no presentations and no commendations, so that all falls under ceremonial. But if you can also make a motion to be sure that, that is added to the calendar that day, so then that way, when
That's fine.
everyone is looking back at the calendar, they'll be
Yes.
able to know
So
not to add,
Councilman
not
Miranda,
to
as
add
part of
anything
your
on that day.
motion, that we would add it to the calendar as well, so it's on the record. Okay, and we have a second from Councilmember Clinton, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? All right,
Thank you, council.
thank you very much.
Are we ready for a vote?
Are we ready, ma'am? Oh, she was here for that. She waited all the
This is round 1 for the citizen at large. We have 2 vacancies. Stephanie Hopkins received 4 votes. Frank Peitel, excuse me?
Who voted for
Yes,
whom?
4 votes, 1 by Clendenin, 1 by Vieira, 1 by Miranda, and 1 by Maniscalco. Shirley Fox knows city clerk. LaToya received 1 vote. Leticia Hankers,
From whom? Please,
Carlson.
thank you.
Leticia Hankerson received 1 vote. Carrick Williams.
From whom, please? I'm sorry.
Okay. Leticia received a vote from Hurtak. Carrick Williams received 2 votes, 1 from Carlson and 1 from Henderson. Jade Gooding received 1 vote, and that was from Hurtak. Gregory Holstead received 3 votes from Clendenin, 1 vote from Clendenin, 1 vote from Henderson. No. Gregory Holstead received 3 votes from Clendenin, Vieira, and Maniscalco. Frank Peitel received 2 votes, 1 from Henderson and 1 from Miranda.
So, Halsted received 3 and Hopkins received 4, so they would go up to the next round. Huh?
Hopkins
Oh,
had
she's already done. Okay, so we have, oh, okay,
Yep, she's in, but that means she's not eligible for the 36-month position.
yeah.
So could we have a motion to that regard before the,
We have a motion.
For
This
Ms.
is for Hopkins.
she did?
She did. No, you need, just it's a 4-3 majority, yeah. So we have a motion to ratify Stephanie Hopkins by Councilman Viera. Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so she's in, so now we have another
remaining?
ballot for,
Who's remaining? No, by name, I'm just curious. What? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, reduce it by all the people that got votes.
Wait just a second, y'all.
Wait.
And this is for the 36-month position.
No, this is for the 18 at
Or
large.
for the second number.
Yeah.
The second 18-month position. And then we go back to the 36-month position and vote for one person.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I use your mic on, please?
Go ahead. Frank, keep Frank, Gregory, which number 6, number 7. Number 9, Jay Gooden. Number 15, Carrick Williams. Number 17, Letitia Paterson. And number 18, Latoya Carter.
All right.
One vote? One vote.
Go. I smell cake, I smell soup, phantom smells.
So why did you click it after I asked you not to?
Because I'm that kid in your class.
With attention-seeking behavior. And it's not good.
See, the teacher would just call my dad and say I talk too much.
It's part of my charm.
It's not true.
I'm a charm.
You are not. It's right.
You and every other teacher that ever gave me a report
I
card.
had a new order.
Okay.
I had 2 rules. You couldn't drum on the desk and you couldn't click a pen in my
Yeah.
class.
No offense, counsel, but I'm going to ask you to interrupt this because people don't know what you're saying, and I don't want them to think that you're saying anything other than non-city business.
This is not a rule, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, it
that
is.
You can't talk.
Yes, it is.
No.
It is. You cannot have sidebars that cannot be heard by the public.
Not only in business, city business.
Well, the people don't know that.
Yeah, people don't know.
We're not talking about city business.
I asked Alan not to click his pen, y'all. I asked Alan not to click his pen. I don't like it.
She's gonna send me to
It
the
was a
principal's
rule in my
office.
classroom, no drumming on the desk and no clicking pens. And he clicked it after I asked him not to. He clicked it twice.
You see how the public benefits from a public discussion about it?
Yeah. See, and he's still doing it. He's still doing it, and I will make him pay for that in a,
Detention.
I don't even know what the punishment will be, but it will come.
I got paddled for insubordination.
As long as it's done in the public at a public meeting.
That's what it was about.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, counsel.
This
Thank
is
you.
round 2. Shirley Fox knows. Round 2 for the citizen at large. We have 2 vacancies.
No, we have 1 vacancy. 'cause we
One
already
vacancy
selected.
now, okay. Gregory Halsted received 4 votes, 1 from Clendenin, 1 from Viera, 1 from Miranda, and 1 from Maniscalco.
All right, so we,
Well, I need to hear the.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Please,
go
for the
ahead.
record.
Go, go.
And for the record, Carrick Williams received 2 votes, 1 from Carlson and 1 from Henderson. And Leticia Hankerson received 1 vote.
All right, can I get a
Total of 7.
motion to ratify Gregory Halsted? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so next, do you want to do the ethnic minority citizen category? Or do you want to go back to the African American citizen category?
Are you gonna keep the one person on the African American, or are you gonna do the whole list again?
Well,
What do you mean by keep?
we already.
If you could explain that.
Eliminated Gregory and Stephanie by appointing them to the
Yeah.
citizens at large, so that leaves Frank.
So by acclimate, well, let's do it. Do we need to write it on a
But
ballot?
if those people have previously been appointed and ratified, they should be crossed off this list.
Yeah.
So then we have one.
That's
So
right.
can I get a motion to ratify Frank Pidle
So moved.
to African American citizen category? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, we're not done yet. We're not done.
What's the one more?
I'm just clapping for what we did.
All right, ethnic minority citizen, everybody is eligible except one candidate, so,
Everyone is eligible.
yeah.
Except for the people she's crossing off.
Yeah, and one candidate was not.
Okay. So that means that we're gonna pick the one person.
Thank you so much.
My signature has gotten shorter. It's the dirty one. You're the mayor?
No, it's in May, month of May. All right. Can you slide over? I got this, yeah, yeah.
Do you all want to talk about 27?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can just get that done.
You want to talk about it now?
I mean, I don't really want to talk about it, I just want to vote, so. Yeah,
Huh?
but that's parking.
Okay.
I don't think we needed staff, I think it was just a group vote.
All right.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
So item 27 was pulled for discussion by Councilmember Clendenin. Do you want to take up 27 right now?
Yeah, I have a question for Brandon. Brandon, are you online? Okay.
No, we have Emma's here.
Okay.
Morning, Council. Just speaking for Brandon for item 27, if you want him, he is on his way over, so if you just give him a moment.
All right, so we'll hold 27 for a little bit more.
Well, then maybe Mr. O'Hara can.
Is Mr. O'Hara in the building or online? Yeah, no, I already took care of it. 60.
No, this one.
There's a PowerPoint. There's a.
Oh, no, you can kind of
They
go
have
in
the
order, and the order that I gave
I know.
Oh, yes. Chief, your chief gave you an order, so let's stick with that. Let's do what she said.
All right, this will be easy if you want to do it. Can I get a motion to open the 10 a.m. public hearing?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
These are non-quasi judicial, so we don't have to swear anybody in. On item number 49, do we have anybody present to present on item 49? Do we have anybody virtual? Is there an applicant? All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 49? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira, Miranda, would you read 49?
Item number 49, BAC 2501, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, and discontinuing and abandoning a portion of West Chelsea Street right-of-way located north of Elva Street, south of Cayuga Street, east of Manhattan Avenue, west of Hubert Avenue, and within the replat of Drew Park in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, more particularly inscribed section 2 thereof, subject to certain confidence, conditions, restrictions, as more particularly set herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violation, providing for definitions, interpretation, repealing conflicts, providing severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item number 50, there's a substitute. This is from the city. Do we have anybody presenting here? I see, is it Fed? Is it anybody presenting on 50? Do you have anything to add?
Just that we're here for any questions and that the substitute was merely correcting a scrivener's error in one.
And your name for the record?
Emma Gregory and Fed Revolt.
Federal Revolt,
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 50?
Second.
We have nobody in the public. We have motion closed from Councilmember Condon, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading the substitute?
Yes, sir. I move a substitute ordinance being presented for second reading, adoption ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, deleting in its entirety the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15 parking, adopting a revised Chapter 15 parking, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. Ms. Fox Knowles, do you have some results for us?
Yes, Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. Round one for the ethnic minority citizen. We have Mr. Oyolola received 2 votes, one from Vieira and one from Maniscalco. Carrick Williams received 2 votes, one from Carlson and one from Clendenin. Lanisa Castrijon received 1 vote, and Leticia Hankerson received 1 vote, and Latoya Carter received 1 vote. Total of 7 votes. But those people received 1 vote. It's between.
I was going to suggest that. If
Names come off, and the top 2 have the 2 votes each.
Right. Oyolola.
Oyolola.
Okay.
Yeah, he's right there. He's directly behind in the green shirt.
Yes, my name is Oyolola.
All right, let's do this again.
It's the last category?
Yes. And then we have that other board.
Back to 3, 4, 5. So that's real hard. I got one more. Gotcha.
One more for me.
No, you have one. So you have one right there.
Okay, so the ones you circled are the ones we get to vote for? Yes, we know, Mr. Shelby.
Glad I'm not writing checks.
Brandon's here now. Mr. Campbell's here. If you want your question answered,
We have to wait till 1:30.
Councilman,
Yeah.
if Mr. Campbell's here, if you want to ask your question while they're tallying. Oh, I'm sorry, are they done tallying? No, see?
Okay.
So you can answer,
Mr. Campbell, come on up for this. Is for item number 27.
Mr. Campbell, Hager, our budget analyst, had identified a design-build contract in her discussions that the city just recently listed. So that was a design-build for how much sidewalk?
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brandon Campbell, Mobility Department. The design build solicitation that that was on our website that was mentioned already is a $2 million guaranteed maximum price anticipated for a selection of sidewalk segments that were listed in that solicitation language. It adds up to 3.05 miles. And we're not yet under contract with it. The intent of our selection method was to set the ceiling for the costs and allow for design build teams to propose to us how much of that full list they could complete within that $2 million upset limit. And the intent was we wanted to be mindful of the potential for infrastructure projects to run into cost challenges, but then also to sort of test how we might be able to take advantage of the economy of scale that's represented therein. Most of our projects have been, that are purely sidewalk projects, as you've seen in the presentation that I gave to the TBBA and have showed slides to you in previous meetings. There are smaller quantities than that, and so we're hoping to get the unit cost down as we go after a larger list of projects. And like I said, it's not yet under contract, so we don't know at this point with certainty how much of that list of 3+ miles they'll be able to complete.
So I can't use that data. The data is useless to me because it's not under contract, so I can't extrapolate really.
I think that's fair to say. I think maybe a year from now, if we were to revisit this issue, then that would represent a significant portion of what we would present as our unit costs.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because I wanted to make sure that we had all the information on the table that is, so we were doing a comparative analysis of the actual costs and all, because trying to weigh out all the concerns people are having. So thank you for the coming up here today.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you being here and being straightforward with us. There's one thing, and first of all, let me say I'm not against sidewalks. Let me say this. Is there still in that area that we're talking about where if someone has a lot and it's got a ditch in front of it and he or she cannot put a sidewalk, they're going to pay into the fund for somebody else to have a sidewalk?
Yes, so the intent behind the in lieu fee is that
I know what the attempt is, but is it legal? I want the legal department to come explain to us that this is not taxation without representation, because you're taxing somebody who's getting nothing. To make the city put a pipe and then put the sidewalk over the pipe.
Good afternoon, Emma Gregory, Legal Department. So that is the way that the city's ordinance is set.
I can hardly hear you. Speak louder.
That is the way that the city's ordinance is set up, 22-103. This is a payment into an in lieu fee fund that would fund a future sidewalk construction project within that person's geographical area. So while they may not be getting a sidewalk in front of their house, they would be getting a sidewalk in their neighborhood, their greater geographical area, that would contribute to the sidewalk network near them.
So there's no matter what, in other words, there may be another sidewalk for a mile.
That may
That's
be the
it?
case.
To me, that's against the law. You're taxing somebody and they're not getting zero benefit on what the tax is. Just like you're saying, I haven't built a house, but I'm going to charge you ad valorem tax.
If I may, I would add to that they would still have the option of building that sidewalk on site.
Can they build a sidewalk on their property, forget the city right away? If it's that way, I'm for it, but don't tell me that there's a ditch that no one can use, and you're going to charge somebody a tax for building a sidewalk on somebody else's property.
There have been instances where the developer has granted us an
I'm not worried about the
easement
developer,
so
I'm
that.
worried about the law.
So this is, the city's requirement is for sidewalks to be built. If they cannot be built, if it's found not to be practical, then the fee is paid. A fee is different than a tax, just to be
You call
clear.
it a fee, not a tax.
It
What's
is
the
a
difference?
fee.
You got to pay it.
Yes, but now I am no financial
trying to be harsh on you, I'm
expert.
just
However,
asking.
a tax is a general levy that goes into the city's general fund. And that can be used for any public purpose. This is a fee
Including
in
sidewalks,
place
by the
of
way.
of someone's requirement to build a sidewalk.
But the sidewalk
this
in the
is-
general fund is still could be sidewalks out of the general fund.
We're conflating things
doing
here.
that
There
now.
are, I believe, I wish Mr. O'Hara were here. There's the city's general fund, right? That's where lots of projects can come from.
That's the pot, right?
The fee money goes into sidewalk funds for those particular areas that new sidewalks in those areas can be constructed with those funds.
So then a franchise fee is not a tax also. Anything you want to name fee is not a tax.
Well, there
Well-
are different standards for these things in the
See,
law.
they got 3 letters. Tax and fee got 3 letters. The same letters, the same money, the same thing going. So I want an explanation of how you're gonna charge me if I have a house with a ditch that I want to build on, a tax or a fee, however you want to call it, to give it, transfer that money. Once you transfer that, it may be a fee here, but once you transfer it to there, to me, it's a tax, because somebody's getting a benefit with your money, not the community's money, your money. And I'm not arguing with you, I'm arguing with a concept.
If I could add, so in speaking about the hypothetical lot that has a ditch in front of it, they would have 3 options. One would be to pipe in the ditch and build a sidewalk. One would be to contribute to the in lieu fee, and one would be to build it on their property, on their side of the right-of-way line, as you suggest, with the intent that that would be granted as an easement back to us for liability
But
concerns.
then you're taking property.
It would be an
You're-
easement.
you're Even worse, that third, you're taking somebody's property and saying, now, you gotta give it to me. Even if you built the sidewalk, am I correct or not?
I mean, that would be the property owner's decision.
Oh. But yet he can't build if you don't do that, right? So how's it the decision for the property owner to do that? That's not his or her decision, that's our decision. I have to argue, I'm not a lawyer, believe me, I'm not. I'm just asking a question that is very simple to answer. A fee is a tax once you receive it. Maybe a fee to collect it, but once it's in your coffers, it is a tax.
There are restrictions on the spending of those fees that differentiate it from a tax that's collected generally.
And let me say this, I've talked to no neighbors, I've talked to no homeowners association, I've talked to no lobbyists, I've talked to nobody. But that's something that just bothers me when I see something that is being away from a property owner is giving up his or her right to have the opportunity to build. My house costs enough now, the lot costs enough money now, then I'm gonna burn somebody. If the city is willing to put a pipe and cover that, then I said, you know what, that's fine, let the person build the sidewalk. Even though there may not be a sidewalk there for another 100 years, that's fine. But when you take the property away and make that person give money to somebody else, I can't vote for that. That's all.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And if you prove me that I'm wrong, I'll take it to court myself.
Thank you very
Okay,
much, sir.
well,
Councilmember
since it doesn't seem like he would vote for anything, I'm just going to say, I'm just gonna move the resolution.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, it's her committee, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson, Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda.
No.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
No.
Motion carried with Miranda and Maniscalco voting no and Henderson being absent at vote.
We've got 6 here that says yes.
That's, take that down, please.
No, that's a different, item 50.
Could we take that down, please, CTTV? Thank you.
All right, that settles 27. Miss Shirley Fox Knowles.
Thank you. Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. This is round 2 for the ethnic minority citizen. We have 1 vacancy and 2 individuals that were voted on.
Yeah.
Mr. Oyolola received 3 votes, and Carrick Williams received 4 votes.
Okay. So we have.
You want to know who voted?
Sure, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead.
Mr. Oyolola received a vote from Vieira, Miranda, and Maniscalco. Carrick Williams received a vote from Carson, Hurtak, Clendenin, and Henderson.
All right, can I get a motion to ratify?
Motion to
what's-
ratify Carrick Williams.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilman Vieira, all in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, and finally, council, a motion to have me come back with a resolution conforming that to the minutes as based on the motions made by council today.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. We still can't go to the 1:30. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations, and thank you again for applying. Yes. Is Mr. O'Hara online or available for 52?
Because the only thing we should be doing at 1:30 is 51.
Yeah. All right. And then item 55, we have the individual here, the sustainability officer. I believe I saw her walk in, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, 55, if you're here, I see you. If you want to come up and we can have this, all right. There's a PowerPoint presentation. Was Whit Remmer the Sustainability and Resiliency Officer? So we have the new appointee. Yeah.
Come on down, you're the next contestant.
Thank you, council. I think we have a PowerPoint slide that should
Yes,
be pulled up.
it's energy value savings.
All right. Kayla Caselli, Sustainability and Resilience for the City of Tampa. I just want to thank the opportunity today to come and talk about our portfolio a little bit and some of the work that we're doing for the city. And we also just want to thank the partners across departments that we couldn't do this work, this energy work in particular, without. So facilities, Parks and Rec, Tampa Fire and Rescue, and our grants team, who does a wonderful job of helping us get some money. So do I use this clicker here to
Yes.
advance? Thank you.
There you go.
So the outline for our presentation today, we'll go over the motion, some of the policy that led us here, the background on our cost, and then kind of get into more specifics about our energy efficiency and value savings. This was the original motion on February 20th, 2025. And then finally get to some of our policy and strategic plan alignment. So just kind of going back and understanding how we got here, why are we doing this work today, and why is it important? So it really, some of the momentum really started with council in 2021, passing the Clean and Renewable Energy resolution. And so, with that, we kind of, ran with it on our side of strategic plans. So including our Resilient Tampa Roadmap, our Climate Action and Equity Plan, and some others listed as well. One of the most important is the hiring of an energy manager who really is, leading this work and understanding this energy savings and the costs that we're facing, especially as they increase, and seeing how we can, mitigate some of those increases and reduce it and find savings for us. And so I invite Carl up to the podium to kind of drive the rest of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Camus Rosado. Thank you all for having me here today to present. Hopefully I can give you a good sense and an idea of what we're trying to accomplish here with the energy that the City of Tampa is using. I'll be more than glad to get through it. We put up the presentation where we left off. So right there, we're going to start with years 2023 and 2024. Before that, you'll see how energy and its costs have been going up. This is a big focus. Obviously, we're trying to reduce costs. With cost reduction, our main focus is to use less energy, be more efficient throughout our 600 structures or buildings, as we call it. We have over 1,800 TCO accounts. which we monitor and try to find savings in each one. As you can see here on the left graph, 2023 was kind of our peak. That's when we started mainly with our solar systems, and I started in October 3rd, 2023 as well. So I started to get right into work to try to find those savings and throughout all of our accounts. And we kind of ticked down a little bit there. You can see how our overall electric use went down 2 gigawatts. 2 sounds small, but gigawatts is kind of a big use when you think about it. This gives us about $1.4 million worth of savings, and we'll see where all those go. And in this next slide, we'll see how we track the energy use of all of our buildings or structures. We use the software called Energy Cap that the city owns to go through every single site, and this software is very useful. It gives us an arrow orange when it trends up and an arrow green when it's trending down. We then identify these sites that have been using more and more energy and do site visits to see what's up with these sites. Mostly, what I've experienced a lot is a lot of renovations, constructions, and that tends to uptick the energy use. So we kind of put those aside, but from time to time, we do identify a site that's unusual. And one of these is CMOP, the Columbus Municipal Office Building. No construction was ongoing, so we did an energy audit. And we found a lot of factors that were affecting the energy use. We put those up to the test. We consulted with the employees and department heads there that were at the time, and we were able to make some savings. I believe in 2023, it was about $11,000 worth of savings and less energy use. And that's not accounting work orders that facilities doesn't have to do anymore, which is a big thing. Breakers were tripping in that facility weekly, and we had 3 to 4 employees just to try to find what was going on. So that's one of the things that we use to monitor the energy and try to find those savings. Another thing that we work on is federal grants, trying to get money from the federal government. One of those awards currently is the Energy Efficiency and Block Grant, the EECBG, which we got awarded $413,280. That money is already awarded to us. We already started the HVAC replacement project at George Bartholomew Community Center. As a matter of fact, yesterday, there was the second meeting with the contractor that was selected, and we already purchased the equipment, which we can then start drawing funds from that award, and we will do that soon before the month ends. The other awards we've gotten, it's about $2 million from the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, which is still ongoing. We're trying to work with the Water Department to get that application completed and get the money to good use.
I believe, sorry, just a second. I believe that was Department of Energy for the 2.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the Department of Energy, the $2 million, that's correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then all part of that program, we also work with the IRS to try to get some of that money and refunds, mainly for the solar installations that we have, EV infrastructure, the chargers that we have around the city, as well as EV purchases. All of these credits are available for local government as of 2022. So we're trying to get those credits and get that money back. And right now, we did apply for 2023, which was the first year that our city was eligible to apply. And we're expecting about $438,000 check from the IRS. All the application is in. We're just waiting for that check to come back. This is a list of that you can locate it in page 50 of the Climate Equity and Action Plan. These are the top 5 sites that are suitable for solar. But I really want to talk a little bit about that, and if I may, I do have the Climate Equity and Action Plan here. Page 50, it's got a list of 20 sites that were assessed to see if they were suitable for solar. This included, a rooftop assessment, electrical components, and out of all these sites, at the time, the best sites were these top 20, and you can see here the top 5. Now, as years go by, we gotta assess that, because renovations happen, equipment gets replaced, and then it will make sense to shift these priorities based on, you know, maintenance and renovations that have been done to some of our sites, specifically for Loretta Ingraham, which is not on there, or it was on there on the 7th spot, but it's our very first solar system we installed. So we put it up there because we figured it was an easier installation, less cost at the time, and it's giving us tremendous savings, which we will see here in a second. And this is our inventory of solar systems. Right now, we have 4 active solar systems. Hannah Main Building, it is getting some repairs, but it's still up there installed. We got facilities management, fleet maintenance, Loretta, of course, Ingram, our very first. And then we have 2 new systems that are gonna get installed in the next couple of years. We got the East Tampa Recreation Complex, which is getting built at Fur Oaks. And then we got the new Fire Station 24, which has a line item for solar. And I wanna thank the CAD department for working with that. And kind of try to drive home a little bit of the savings and why solar is important. This is one of the things I wanted to do, and we thank you for the opportunity. We're gonna look at Hannah Fleet Maintenance Building, which is one of the best examples. And here we can see some of the ROI. And I really wanna emphasize that these numbers are very conservative, and you'll see why in a second. Here, we're not accounting for any utility rates going up, which happens every year, on average, 3% for the past 5 years. Through COVID alone, 20% was increase in utility rates. Bear in mind, the residential sector doesn't see this as often, but us, as a city operation, we see commercial and industrial meters get increased significantly. The Public Service Commission was approved for a utility provider to have 2 increases, one this year and one next year. This year increases is from between 9 and 14%. Next year's increases will be 6%. That's not accounting for the storm surcharge that's being applied to everyone in the city of Tampa because of Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene. So we want to try and offset as much as we can from those costs that keep going up and up and up. And Fleet Maintenance Building is one of those examples. Here we see the system size is 300 kilowatt. It's more closely 323 kilowatts. The purchase price for the entire system and installation was $576,000 closed. We have an estimated annual production of 500 megawatt hours. That's 500,000 kilowatt hours. And those savings are only for a 25-year life cycle. Nowadays, solar systems do not stop operating at 25 years. They can go upwards of 40 years. Most notable, on average, they will go 30 to 32 years, okay? But you can have excellent systems that go all the way to 40 years. So you would have an ROI close to 11 years, 7 if we get that money from the IRS back, and then you would have close to 14 years of just free energy coming in every single year. And it doesn't stop at 25 years. It can go, and if we service it enough and maintain it as we should, could go up all the way to 40 years without any replacement on the main components, which is key. Now, here in those savings, we also take into account 10% deduction of savings for service and maintenance yearly. Now, we don't yearly maintain these. You could go 2-3 years without touching the system. But I still put on there a service maintenance charge just to make sure that we account for any big improvement or any big maintenance that could happen, as it is the case with Hannah at this moment. And this is taken into account in all of that. Also, very important and very hard to calculate, demand charges. Again, residential sector do not see demand charges, but us, we certainly do. As a matter of fact, this building alone got $3,200 worth of demand charges this month. And those demand charges can be brought down if we're asking the solar to give us more power and less from the utility. So that's what demand charge is, how much power you're requesting for your utility provider, and the solar will kind of offset that as well, and it's not taken into account in these savings, as it is really hard to really assess because of the climate, the cloudy days, and all of that. And I could provide an average, but I'd rather stay
Can we pause for a
conservative.
question there, Councilman Miranda?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so very much for what you're bringing up and the way the solar works. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to understand what's going on in nature and what it's doing. And furthermore, I can only tell from my experience. I put solar in 3 or 4 years ago. In the first couple of 2 or 3 months, I didn't notice any change. However, after that, my bill has never been over $27 a month.
Yep.
Now, it's true that I'm not home most of the time. However, I do wash, I do clean, I do cook, I do a lot of things. So, but as I understand it, during the day, you buy from them, and in the evening, they buy from you. Am I correct there?
You are kind of correct. So what really is happening, and I want to address your $25 charge, that's really a basic customer charge. It's going to be there no matter what, because the utility provider has to account for those customers that shift towards solar, so they got to put a basic charge on every single bill just to have that connection in the grid, in case you need it. So what happens really is your solar is going to start producing, and if you're not home during the day, that's going to go back to the grid. Your utility provider will bank it, will save it, and then we'll keep a track of everything that you produced at the end of the month or during nighttime. If you use some of that energy, you're going to ask for it back. So basically, your utility provider is kind of like a battery. You're charging that battery, and then when you do request it, you're going to get it back. So that's a great question. And that's part of the savings, right? If people have this misconception that solar only is going to work through the day, but there's net metering agreements that will allow the utility provider to restore and keep all that overcharged energy that you're sending them so that you can use it later during the night. And systems are sized for the property to account for that.
And I'm sure the price has changed, but when I bought it with a co-op with 10 houses or whatever it was. And I think if I recall, the total cost of installation and so forth, and the unit was $14,400.
That's a great price.
Yeah, I would
for
imagine now it's
residential.
higher because I'm talking about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But the co-op is the way to go because they can do 10 houses within a couple of days.
Uh-huh.
And, but it's, and I think the city has something like that coming on now, doesn't it? So
Yeah,
I
there
recall.
is an ongoing, and Kayla can speak on that. But just to give us a sense of how all this works, right now, the really clear indicator for us to assess if a system makes sense or not is what we call dollars per watt installed. So how many dollars are we spending per watt that we're installing on that property? And we're seeing, the national average right now is about $5. Obviously, Florida is privileged because it's such a sunny state, but the national average about $5 per watt installed. But here we have pretty good deals. As a matter of fact, the Hennessy Center, I think I calculated that at $1.89 per watt installed, which is great. That allows it to get a very quick ROI. And then the smallest system at Loretta Ingram, I think it was about $2.10, which is still a pretty good number. So these numbers will trend down usually as technology evolves, as more systems and more demand is happening. So we expect those numbers to come down. Now, there are certain events that could impact that, like hurricanes and emergency events like that, where contractors will try to mitigate their risk and manage that by increasing their rates temporarily, which is what we've seen lately. But those prices will surely come down as more and more people are involved with solar. And I want to get back on track to discuss a little bit more of the slides that we have
Do
here.
you have
we don't
quite a
waste-
few slides left to go?
I don't have many, I don't think.
Okay.
And we can go through it really quick. And these are some of the savings for the solar that we've experienced, $176,000 worth of solar energy. This is accounting for the 1,347,833 kilowatt hours that we generated from solar, and that's on a utility average rate. Last year's City of Tampa's average rate was 12.3 cents per kilowatt that we paid our utility provider. This year, it went up, and it will go up again. But right now, we're at 12.7 cents per kilowatt average rate, and these savings are reflecting on that. If we look at, and we do equivalency for the carbon emissions that we reduce, is 673 metric tons, which is significant. Also, we have our EV fleet. We have about 55 EVs, and we've saved over $42,000 worth of savings in fuel. We're asking the IRS to give us $7,500 per vehicle that we purchased from 2023, year 2023 alone. And we're also asking for 6 EV chargers that we installed in that year. And we're, like I said, we're expecting close to $500,000 worth of refunds that will come in a check here soon. And that's all the questions, or all the slides. Now, I do have a general savings that the whole department has brought in, and I went through it and went line by line. And in grants, federal grants, we've been awarded $2.5 million for energy efficiency savings. Energy savings directly with our utility provider from 2023 to 2024, we saved $1.4 million. Okay, that's significant. Usually you don't go down in utility costs. It just doesn't happen. So $1.4 million in savings is pretty significant. We saved $100,000 in transportation savings, including fuel and EV infrastructure and EV electric vehicles. We've saved the $176,000 that we saw with solar energy savings. Also, a big part of the work is I review those 1,800 accounts from our utility provider and make sure we're on the right rate. There's a lot of rates that our utility provider can provide to us based on our operations in that building. So I kind of go and get a sample every week and see if the rates that are being charged at the city are the correct ones for the ones that we're operating in that location. And as a matter of fact, just this past week, Hannah Fleet Maintenance Center was on an incorrect rate, and we found $20,000 worth of savings for this year. So we're changing from general service demand standard to general service demand optional. And that change alone will bring in $20,000 worth of savings. And then when you include the IRS refunds that we're expecting of $438,000, all those savings account for $4.6 million worth of savings in energy efficiency practices and programs that we're implementing. And some of these directly affect our community, like George Bartholomew. We're having a full-on HVAC replacement done. It's ongoing right now, and that's going to directly impact the community. And I think it's great. It's a great story, and a lot of people will be very happy to hear that. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Any questions? Thank you very much for the great
Thank you.
presentation. So when you say, real quick, federal grants, have we received that money, or is it money that's expected? Is that already money that's been collected?
So the $438,000 for George Bartholomew is already there for us to draw. And we will be drawing down $303,000 before the end of this month. Because we already purchased the equipment, so we're drawing those funds this month. Now, the other $2 million, they're earmarked. We're identifying the site. It's identified. We're trying to deal with the department to see if they want to do it. But we do have that already awarded for the city.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
All right. Mr. Rogero is here with some information. You are the administration update, and then we will open up that 1:30 hearing and do the withdrawal. Yes, we still have to, we have to wait. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Thank you, Council. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. And thank you for giving me just a couple minutes today to comment on what was item 30, or what is item 30 in your agenda package today. That's the annual comprehensive financial report, affectionately known as the ACFR, for last fiscal year. It's fiscal year 24. As you know, of course, we've shared it with you before every year. This is required by both the state of Florida and the Auditor General. It's an all-inclusive, very, very extensive report on our financial condition for fiscal year 24. And again, I want to offer Council, the Mayor, and my fantastic team congratulations. This is the 4th year in a row where we have received the gold standard from our external auditors. That's an unmodified opinion with no findings, no negative comments. And again, this is an external CPA firm that comes in specifically for this. So what's that mean? It means the council, the mayor, the public, investors, the market, they're getting, as I said, an extensive indication of this city's financial picture. And although I talk a good game, I think you don't have to take Dennis's word for it. A very, very sound financial structure in the city of Tampa. An unmodified audit is also a very, very positive thing for our credit agencies, right? And for our bond ratings, as we've talked about in the past, and are absolutely tied to those wonderful bond ratings. And maybe even more important, the city's reputation and how we manage our finances. So very, very good news. I just wanted to highlight that. You've heard me say it before. You'll hear me say it again. It's not Dennis. I have a fantastic financial team, and these are the fruits of their labors, and I look forward to bringing them in front of council when we receive that national reward.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad
Or
that-
award, excuse me.
Yeah, reward and award.
Reward,
But
award.
I'm glad that you brought this up to us today, because you mentioned, external audit, outside set of eyes looking into our
Yes.
finances, and basically certifying, the good work that is done here. Everything is transparent and on the up and up. So, that's very good news, and I appreciate you and your team, and especially the Citizens Budget Board and Hager Kopesky.
Yes.
That have been working very, very hard. It's another set of eyes,
Yes.
another, it's multi-layered, but, we do the right thing
Well said, sir.
for the public. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right, we're gonna go to new business because we have to wait a few more minutes till 1:30. So Councilman Miranda, do you have any new business?
No, sir.
Councilman Vieira?
A couple quick things, if I may. You'll see in the report for Station 24 that we got from Chief Tripp today, she mentioned a project manager, and I think it would be wise, because I bet that a lot of the information that Tampa Fire is giving us comes from the project manager, to make sure that this report comes from Tampa Fire Rescue and/or the project manager. And heck, have the project manager, whenever we have that quarterly live update, have the project manager requested to be here.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira with a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you, council. Next, I had met with some residents, and I've had folks discuss this issue with me. If y'all know the mosque that exists over on Morris Bridge Road, you've got Easton Park, which is a neighborhood right next to it. And for a long time, a lot of the congregants there, as well as Cypress Point Community Church, which is right next door to the mosque, they have been requesting a sidewalk from Easton Park to the mosque. Now, that is county, so of course we can't do anything about it, but I would like to write a letter to the county requesting that with the authority of council.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Councilman Clendenin.
If you want to talk to mobility, maybe y'all do it jointly together, so it would
We
clear
can
the
do
way
that as well.
Yeah.
So how about this? That'll be part one, and then of the motion, then I'll put part two for a written report.
Two voices are better than
Yes,
one.
oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Yes, ma'am, and then thank you for that. Based upon Councilman Clendenin's wise suggestion, I'll have request a city staff report from Mobility on their efforts to coordinate with the county to make this happen, the aforementioned efforts. And we can have that, I don't have my calendar here, the first week of June. Yep, there you go.
June 5th. All righty, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wait.
Written, yeah, just written. Yeah, no staff, yeah.
We have a motion and we have a second from Councilman Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. For a written report June 5th.
Yes, sir. And then lastly, there's a state of Florida program that House Minority Leader Fentress Driscoll had a really big part of getting up, which is something that we've been hearing about a lot, which is on abandoned African-American cemeteries. This is a Department of State Division of Historical Resources program where local governments can apply to preserve and protect historic cemeteries. So I want to ask for city staff to inquire on this program and to take a look at applying for it to protect our local black cemeteries. If there is state of Florida money, then let's take it. So let's have a written report on this on June 5th on their efforts between now and then to do it. Because again, it's our tax money. It's a great program. Let's do it.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Yes, Councilman Moran?
I'm sorry, I said no, but then when Mr. Vieira brought up the cemeteries, I have had a lady who's called us, or maybe she's called some of us also, maybe all of us, regarding the property next to Oak Lawn Cemetery that's up for sale, and she wants us to buy it or something to that degree. But they said there's bodies buried there. I don't know if there is or not, and I don't know what to do with it.
Do you want to inquire privately with the chief of staff, maybe?
I'll do that, but I want to make sure that all of you know that I'm going to go, somebody to chief of staff to see what's going on.
If, you know.
I don't know what the parameters of are. I want to make sure that if it is for sale, that there's no bodies there. But how do I do that? It's difficult.
All right.
Mr. Shelby, maybe I can add that information in the letter that I'm writing to a constituent already?
Based on the motion?
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get a copy of the minutes.
So no motion, just an FYI? Okay.
I'll have Brandon send.
Thank you very much.
But Mr. Chair.
Wait, yes, sir.
Sorry, I think that one was Showman's Rest, but Oak Lawn, I almost weekly I get pictures of it being destroyed, and I don't know what we can do about it. We've talked about it several times, but we
That's
need.
the one on North Boulevard, right?
Yeah.
No, we need.
Showman and Woodlawn are on North Boulevard.
Yeah, we need to get folks out to protect those cemeteries.
Yep. All right, Councilmember Henderson.
And was a motion taken on
No, this, did we do a vote? Oh, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything?
I have nothing.
Councilman Clendenin.
I have a motion, request by the Planning Commission setting adoption hearings for TACPA 2404, TACPA 2405, TACPA 2406, TACPA 2418, TACPA 2501, and TACPA 2503 on July 31st, 2025 at 5:01 p.m., and direct the legal department to notify the city clerk.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Question about the cemetery situation. Is there, when did the city get into the cemetery business?
Parks and Recs oversees it. So
Overseas way back when.
Woodlawn is the one that we take care of, and then Oak Lawn down here, and then.
But it seems like we're.
Martico Loans, that's another area where at that time somebody didn't have any money to bear. I would assume this is what happened. I wasn't around there, but you had a grave site, you didn't have any money, and they put you on top of the other one, and that's how it was. So that's how it started. There was no funds left. Usually cemeteries, they're a perpetual fund they're supposed to have.
Right.
But it's not there anymore. That's what's happening.
Okay.
We had, man.
In short detail, that's what's happening.
We had, I think maybe before you joined, we had Memorial Cemetery come up. And the problem is that the state requires a trust fund, but it's only enough, as Gina told me at the time, it's only enough to pay for maintenance for like a year. And so if the city doesn't take it over, or some government agency, then it becomes like Zion or something. Somebody will pave over it. And so it's a bad model for government.
Sounds like a good business model.
Yeah, as soon as the owner runs out of space to sell, they can dump it on the government, and then it costs. I mean, at the time we were talking about maybe $100,000 a year for one cemetery. It's very expensive. But this Oak Lawn, I think all of you have been out there, but the headstones and others, they're all being absolutely destroyed and disintegrated. We've got to figure out how to protect.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's interesting that that's the business model, that a private entity can end up selling that with such a short commitment. You'd think there'd have to be enough funds to be able to maintain it in perpetuity. That's crazy.
If I can, just to add to that, and Carl Brody is, for the city, this assistant city attorney is very well versed on this, but I believe there is certainly a prohibition, in my understanding, in state law about building upon what is a known spot, internment. That grave sites do have to be protected under state law.
Well, I think that goes into Councilman Miranda's talk about finding, are there bodies there? Because that would definitely,
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the public knew that the status on the ideas of the approving of contractor parking plans is in the agenda today, and it was under staff written reports, but it's really good. So I highly recommend people take a look at it. And then this motion I've been waiting on until everything was settled, and this is from Ms. Wells under her recommendation, because I decided that I don't want us to go through this again. I make a motion for staff to include one additional text amendment in the July 2024 amendment cycle, which was presented to City Council on January 28th, 2025. The purpose of the amendment is to modify Section 27-211 entitled The Greater Seminole Heights Vision to clarify that for a property within the Seminole Heights Special Overlay District, 1, the build-to line will be measured from the property line to the building wall of the principal structure, and 2, for parcels or lots that are not developed and are vacant, the build-to line will be 20 feet from the property line. This motion includes any other modifications to Section 27-211 to ensure this section of the code, as amended, is internally consistent. For example, any illustrations or tables that depict a build-to line must show the build-to line stopping at the property line.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Can I say something about that first?
No, I don't think it's a wise.
No.
Wait, yeah, Mr. Shelby.
I'm going to direct your attention back to item 31, Council, which was the settlement that you approved today. And I'm going to caution you, this matter is not resolved by your vote today. There's still litigation pending, and there are still other issues outstanding that involve that property and the city. So my cautionary statement to you is, if you are approached by anybody or you have the desire to discuss this publicly, do not do so. If you have any questions, I direct you to Kate Wells, Assistant Deputy Attorney, and to the City Attorney, Andrea Zellman. Please do not discuss this case until they inform you that all matters related to it have been resolved.
It's better not. Oh. All right, anything else, Councilmember Hurtak? We have a motion and a second. Do we have, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Councilmember Carlson.
Without talking about any specific cases,
Still be very cautious,
I am
please.
going to be very cautious. I'm not talking about any specific cases. This is a general thing. You all have been here for a while, know that I've had questions about the relationship between the city council and the city attorney's office. And with Andrea coming on board, I think we resolved a lot of those. First of all, a couple of us were on the Charter Review Commission. The legal department is not the judicial branch of the city. The judicial branch of the city is the courts. And if we're going to prove something, it needs to be done in the courts, not just a decision. The charter says that the city attorney is the final legal word. However, it also outlines who the clients are. And I infamously had Andrea read that when she was confirmed. But one of the clients is the mayor, one client is city council, and committee heads, I think department heads, et cetera. So in my day job, I work with attorneys every day, all kinds of attorneys all over the country. And I've never seen a situation before where a client does not have any input into what the attorney does. It's the basic relationship between a client and an attorney is that the attorney will come. In any case, it's not an A or B choice. It's usually A through F or something. There's usually a lot of different kinds of choices. And an example is, to maybe step into Ms. Vieira's area, which I don't know anything about, if an insurance company is being sued for $100,000, they could settle for $10,000, they could settle for $50,000, or they could take it to court. They have to figure out, is it worth taking to court? What will the attorney's fees be, et cetera? But the client has that choice. The attorney goes back to the client and says, here's what the risks are, here's what it might cost, and here's what your choices are, and then the client decides what that choice is. In the case of litigation regarding city council, we're never consulted on the choices that the attorneys take. And so I would like to have a city council discussion, again, not talking about any specific cases, but just to talk about on cases that where there's litigation over city council decisions, not the mayor's decisions or others. If there's city council decisions, I think there should be an added step where the city attorney should have a discussion with us. I know in talking to the city attorney's office, there are concerns about having off-the-record meetings that, not off-the-record, but meetings in closed session meetings. I don't like the other word for it, but closed session meetings, then they will become public, the minutes will become public. But an attorney could call of us, it's not a poll, but just call of us and see kind of what our attitude is. Because what happens is if the process leads to a negotiated settlement, and they come back with the negotiated settlement and we don't agree with it, then we're in the difficult situation where you say, well, we're going to get sued or we're not. If before they go into the negotiated settlement, I think they need to know, at least privately, what our attitudes are toward it. So I would like to make a motion to have a council discussion. You could talk to the attorneys in advance on your own, but the motion to have a council discussion on August 28th as to the role of city council in giving feedback and or direction to the city attorney's office in regard to litigation over council decisions.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
We have a
Discussion.
second. Councilman Moran.
I say this, it sounds great, it's wonderful, but we have a form of government that's going to be changed if that happens. We have a strong mayor form of government, and we are advisory to them. We advise them, or we pass on to them to do. We give them all the information they need. The budget's got to be controlled by us, really. It's our budget at the end of the year. And come September, that's what we do. We put the monies in place. We tell them how it's going to be spent. It's up to them to do what they have to do with it. Once we change this form, everything goes away. This is like Trump telling the Supreme Court, I'm not going to listen to you. That's exactly what it is. And what we have here is an erosion of the presidency. In this case, I'm not saying it's an erosion, but we are legislative, they are the executive branch. And they're the ones that we hired to negotiate all the contracts, all the money after we approve the budget to do the spending of those funds appropriately. That's what it's been historically from day one, and I'm not willing to change it unless there's some information that tells me that of wrongdoing.
Councilmember Vieira, and then.
Thank you very much. So for me to create a formal duty on the part of the city attorney to inquire with city council members on all issues, on all cases, litigation and so forth, that deal with our decisions, I think will create probably too burdensome of a duty on the part of our city attorney. There's also the issue that a lot of these cases we are elected officials, right? We deal with elections, we deal with politics and everything. These cases and politics seeps its way to everything one way or another, not speaking about any cases or anything, but just politics gets into a lot of things. And to create a formal duty on cases that are often very politicized, because constituents are very passionate about that, and I respect that. I've dealt with that myself on a number of cases. I think would create a formal entanglement that would ultimately do more bad than good, in my opinion. We have, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do have the power that if we do know that there is a case, and we should know that by virtue of the denial, and we see the complaint filed in court and so forth, we have that information. We have the right to inquire with the city attorney on the status of that litigation, to give them our thoughts and so forth. So this places too much of a burden, in my opinion, prospectively, on the city attorney's office to inquire with city council on all these issues, and just lead to too many entanglements. It's one of those things where I like to discuss things, but ultimately on this, I think this would, and Councilman Carlson, please, if you have a rebuttal this, because I'm just shooting off the cuff or whatever, that no, this was coming obviously because of sunshine, please let me know. But yeah, the way that I see it, I think it creates more detriment than it does any prospective benefit, and the benefit of it could probably be utilized and seen by just asking what's going on with this case, because we have the right to do that, I think.
Councilmember Hurtak.
This wouldn't be changing anything we're doing because the city attorney works for both the council and the mayor. I mean, that's in the charter. So it wouldn't be changing things. It would just be changing how reporting is done. I do not think it's something that we need to talk about as a council. I think it's better probably individually discussed with the city attorney if this is something that we want to be apprised by, and that's kind of what my discussions were with the city attorney, that I'd like to know more about certain things, and I don't know that a conversation about it is going to be successful.
Councilmember Carlson, then Vieira. Anything to add?
Yeah, just as Hertech just said, the charter clearly says that it's that city council is a client of the city attorney and the mayor is a client of city attorney. So it has nothing to do with the powers of the city. The city attorney is the last legal word. The way I read the charter, the city attorney can override the mayor even on the last legal word. But the issue here is what input do we have? And yes, I talk to them all the time. A lot of times these issues come to us at the last minute, though, unless you have them open on the court filing and follow them all the way through. And I think the discussion of the actual cases could happen. I would just recommend happen in private. But what I'm proposing here is just a discussion about whether we would want to do it, and there could be limits where we say above a certain threshold or whatever. If I hear from insurance companies that if it's a $20,000 or below, a lot of times they just settle them because it's not worth the legal fees. But if it's above a certain threshold, then what is that? And that would help reduce the burden. As to the political part of it, if it's not a public discussion, then it seems to me that politics would not come into it. I'm merely asking for a discussion on that day, presuming that we would all talk to the city attorney in advance, and if during that time, during now and then, if you all decided that we didn't need the discussion because you've had sufficient conversations, we could cancel it. But I think that, to me, the intent of this is to make sure that the city attorney is not just getting information from a couple of us, but to make sure that they're reaching out to each of us to have conversations about some of the bigger litigation matters.
Councilman Vieira, then.
Yeah, and I have an idea, which I think would probably get to what you're wanting to do, is maybe we get a list of active cases every month, every 2 months, so that we can consider that. You know, just a thought.
That was.
Yeah, wait, Councilman Clendenin and Mr. Shelby.
So that was actually going to be my question. Does that list currently exist? Because I've never seen one.
The answer to that question, if I may be, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Clearly, yes, the answer does exist, but what you then see is a court case with a case number, with a plaintiff and a defendant, and you really don't know what status it is, where it is in the negotiation process, whether there's other intermediate steps. And for instance, I guess they could tell you, for instance, if there's mediation scheduled, or if there's a 7051 hearing scheduled. So there is information that's out there.
I'll withdraw my motion and hold this for a couple weeks so you all can think about it.
All right, so motion withdrawn. Okay, I have one item.
Chairman Maniscalco.
I make a motion to request that the budget analyst return to the City Council on June 26 with budget recommendations for the FY26 Charter Review Commission.
We have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Thanks. And then, may I have a motion to open the 1:30 p.m. public hearing? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right. May I have a motion to remove item number 51 from the agenda? Withdrawal. Okay, because the item has been withdrawn. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion received and filed from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Vieira? All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
height to the peak of the roof. It's the mass and the scale compared to other adjacent houses. The porch of the gray house is a porch, even though there's a little